Welcome, everyone. So glad to have everyone here. Thank you for introducing yourselves in the chat and starting off this day with us. We're really glad to have you here. Letting people jump on. So welcome, everyone, to day one of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond.
Yeah.
We're just so glad to have everyone with us today. And I want to thank everyone for your patience because right on the onset, we do have some housekeeping to ensure that people are able to participate in different languages. So when someone is speaking in a language other than your own, please activate the Zoom interpretation by clicking on the interpretation globe in the lower right side of your screen and choose the language in which you would like to listen. If you're connecting to Zoom through your phone, please touch the three dots at the bottom right corner of your screen where it says More and choose Language Interpretation and choose the language in which you would like to listen and then touch Done. And with that, I want to invite the interpreters to please kindly give these instructions now in Spanish, French, and then Portuguese. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Megan. Yo estoy aquí con mi colega María. Muy bienvenidas y gracias por estar aquí. Hay interpretación disponible al español. Para escuchar la interpretación al español en una computadora, haga clic en el icono del globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione español. No hay que silenciar el audio original. Ahora, si usted se unió en un dispositivo móvil, busque el menú en la parte inferior de su pantalla de Zoom, deslice ese menú hasta ver la extrema derecha, luego haga clic en los tres puntitos donde dice más, luego interpretación de idiomas, luego español y finalizado. Si usted tiene problemas con la interpretación, háganoslo saber en el chat. Gracias.
Alors, pour l'interprétation vers le français, donc bienvenue aux francophones dans la salle. Je vous invite, si vous êtes sur votre ordinateur, à cliquer en bas dans la barre d'outils de Zoom. Vous avez une image d'un petit globe. Vous pouvez cliquer dessus et puis vous pouvez choisir français et vous cliquez sur terminer. Vous aurez donc accès à toute l'interprétation vers le français. N'hésitez pas non plus à intervenir en français s'il y a des moments ouverts pour les questions et réponses. Si vous êtes depuis votre téléphone, vous pouvez cliquer sur les trois petits points et puis vous aurez accès à l'interprétation et vous pourrez à nouveau choisir français. N'hésitez pas à nous écrire dans le chat si vous avez des problèmes ou si vous n'entendez pas bien l'interprétation. Nous ferons au mieux pour vous aider. Et donc, nous serons Gaëlle et Rachel, moi-même, ici aujourd'hui et pendant toute cette semaine. Une belle séance, and I give back the floor for the Spanish and Portuguese.
Olá, bem-vindas todas as participantes. O evento essa semana vai ter interpretação em inglês, francês, espanhol e português. Se vocês precisarem de interpretação, por favor, clique na barra inferior do Zoom, onde tem os três pontinhos do mais. Você vai encontrar o ícone do globo, onde você pode acessar a interpretação em português e clicar em feito ou concluído. Caso você esteja do celular ou de um tablet, desliza o menu na parte inferior até chegar nos três pontinhos onde diz mais e escolha a interpretação em português. Por favor, se você for falar, fale com calma. E se você tiver algum problema acessando a interpretação, fique à vontade para colocar no chat que eu, Camila, minha colega Patrícia, a gente está disponível a ajudar vocês. Obrigada. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I really want to thank the interpreters because we really had our heart set on welcoming this space, this assembly to the world, and the interpreters allow us to do that. And we welcome everyone from all over the world. I see people from Canada, from Germany, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, from Kenya. It's really thrilling to see all of you here. So welcome again, everyone, to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. My name is Osprey, Orielle, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN. and I'm living here on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. And as we open this gathering, it's great to see people continuing to introduce yourself. We welcome you to do so. It's wonderful to see where people are from. And for those of you who are participating through various live streams, we welcome you from far and wide. And if you would like to hear all of the sessions in your preferred language and also participate in the live chat, please also be welcome to join us in this Zoom space. And the registration link is on our website and across our social media channels. And with that, I also just wanted to start on a note, not logistical, to take a moment to acknowledge this very challenging time and welcome you all to a space for us to be together from all over the world and to support one another. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you're not alone, and that we send you our love and well-being. The Global Assembly is taking place during the second week of the climate talks in Bonn, Germany, where the continued struggle by our movements is underway, challenging governments to fight for climate justice, the 1.5-degree guardrail, centering gender in the UNFCCC negotiations, climate finance, and just transition, and so much more. The Assembly is time to create a bridge with the vital advocacy work that is happening at the UNFCCC and also with the women and gender constituency. And dear to me, I want to thank our incredible Assembly organizing team who have put in countless hours and heart and soul into the protection of this 6-day event. Jacqueline Duncan, Ashley Guardado, Catherine Quaid, Jillian Lyon, Sophia Lovato, and Summer Sheikh. I can't thank you enough. And today, I'm very honored that we have with us Casey Camp-Horinek, who is the environmental ambassador of the Ponca Nation and a board member and project leader of WECAN. And I will say Casey is truly one of the most important leaders of our time. And we're so honored to be with this Indigenous elder who has such wisdom and knowledge. And as we commence the Assembly, she has kindly offered to start off this global gathering with an opening prayer. And then she's going to be joining us for an opening discussion on climate justice. And with that, I offer a warm welcome to Casey Camp-Horinek. You have the floor.
Thank you, Osprey. And thank you to WECAN and all of the amazing people who are here today, the women folks. But also thank you to the creation itself for allowing us to have this sacred way to come together. It's a different world for all of us to have this cyberspace place that we can meet in the web of life from all portions of Mother Earth. It's been my teachings and understandings that the women hold the wisdom within our village of what the village needs, because our communication with one another is very special. We pay attention to what our children need, to what our companions need, to what the food needs to be grown next year, to what the four legs are experiencing, what the water is saying, how she needs to be treated. We pay attention to the quality of life, who is without something, maybe a widower or a widowed person, maybe a homeless, which in our language doesn't even exist, that word. Maybe it's someone traveling through that needs care. Maybe it's the village next door. But that is the existence we still have in these days and in these times, coming together from around the world nowadays instead of just our next door village, on what it is that is necessary for this world to continue to live in her own health, as well as to nourish us as one of her children, our Mother the Earth, our Father the Sky, or in whatever way that you happen to be able to make that connection to this web of life, to this truth that is a universal truth of the masculine and the feminine in balance with one another, with the ways of nature herself teaching us what it is that's needed within the natural laws, not within the laws of man. And at this time, at this moment, in this generation and the generations to come. What is needed is peace. 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 Peace for our children. Peace for the children around the earth, in whatever form they are, but in the human form, we relate to those mothers and fathers and grandparents of the children that are experiencing the wars in their areas right now. We relate to the need for there to be a cease to this understanding of what is wealth, that they fight over oil and gas that lives within the Mother Earth naturally and is part of her, not separate from her, just like us. So this prayer also will include that, the prayer for the oil and gas, that it go back to its natural place. Ukanda Khube, Manja Khube. Great mystery, Earth Mother. On this day we come. We have a sacred relationship as women through this relative, the water. We ask for her guidance. We ask for first a prayer for ourselves to clarify ourselves, mind, body, and spirit, to come together as one big moving prayer through this form of life, so that we might be able to gather all of the energies that are gifted to us through air, fire, water, and earth, and the one true Mother, our Mother Earth, that we all share, and the one Father, the Father Sky, and all that is entailed there. We ask on this sacred day that you put our minds and hearts and spirits together and guide us. Show us the path that you want us to be on. Show us the beauty that you ask us to walk in. And I'm asking, when I look outside right now to the trees, through the little creek that runs along, through the hummingbird that's been coming to the window to join in this prayer, to the eagles flying over, to the creepy crawlers underneath the earth, and all of those that belong to her, through the star nation, through the moon mother that guides the rhythm, through the great mother ocean, through the mountains, through the eruptions that's going on in that place they call Hawaii. All around our mother, she is purifying at this time. Help us also to do the same, to align ourselves within the natural laws in a good way, in a healthy way, in a respectful way, for all of those babies, those children, those families, in whatever form, of 4 legs, of wings, whatever it is. Give them some love today. Protect them. Hold them close. Give them a way to be able to eat, drink, and breathe, just in the manner in which the great mystery has asked things to be here on earth. For those who are hurting in any way, we ask for a blessing. For those who are homeless, give them that. For those who are hungry, allow us to share the water and the food and the spirits that we have. Show us a path. Open that path, and let us have the wisdom to open our hearts to see the path in front of us that lead us into health, into well-being, into love and respect in all directions for all of our relations. And help us, even those things that we forget today to say, bring those out. Let them be felt. Let them be shared. Show us how to live again in the honorable way that the great mystery intended, as one with all of our relatives, never feeling separate from. Help us, Wakanda. Help us, Wakanda. Help us, Wakanda. Help us, Wakanda. And thank you. The deepest, deepest gratitude for bringing us together and giving us this moment. Show us the way. We will follow. Sha.
Thank you, Casey, so much for those beautiful words and opening prayer. I deeply appreciate it and very emotionally touched by everything that you shared with us. Thank you. Such important words. Thank you.
Mhm.
When I first envisioned this assembly, I was imagining all of us who are participating in the gathering, connecting as roots converging beneath the surface of a great world forest and drawing strength from one another. I imagined this assembly and all of the speakers and participants, all of you who are joining us, as a mother tree, ancient and wise, standing tall in a world shaking under the weight of interlocking crises. Each person here, wherever you're listening from, is a part of that mother tree with its root network underground, reaching far and wide. And each of you are nutrients feeding a root system of justice, resistance, resilience, and a path forward. We are a living, breathing network, and the health of this world forest depends on all of us and our collective actions. To state it just plainly, the world is on fire, and at many levels. This year, we've witnessed yet another record-breaking year of climate catastrophe. In Brazil, floods have displaced tens of thousands. In East Africa, prolonged drought has driven communities to the brink of famine. The Arctic, once a frozen guardian, is now a mirror reflecting our failure and melting silence. In the United States, wildfires have consumed homes and lives. I'm here in California, and it's been devastating. This is not the future. This is now. But climate change is not just an environmental crisis. It's a justice crisis, a societal crisis. And how we respond and who is centered in that response matters deeply. The most impacted Black and Brown communities, Indigenous nations, island states, Global South communities, low-income families, women and girls are being pushed to the front lines of a crisis they did not start. Climate injustice is a legacy of colonialism, of exploitation, of greed, stitched into the seams of a global community built on extraction. And in too many places, authoritarianism and imperialism are polluting and desecrating our lives. Climate justice and democracy are bound together. Without people's power, profit is raised above life in the deadly extractive economy, and without liberation, rights, and the rule of law, justice is not found. In my own country, we are experiencing grave threats to science, democracy, and justice every single day. The US exiting the Paris Climate Agreement is more than a policy error. It's a moral failure, a global betrayal, and a signal to the world's polluters that it's open season. This is not the time to step back. This is the time to rise. And at WECAN, I know for many of you, we are not waiting. We are not bending or breaking in this moment. It's actually time to get louder. The climate crisis is not waiting on politics. And it's vital to say that there's no climate justice without human rights. The egregious violations in Gaza, South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and in other regions must stop. And right now, we must have de-escalation in Iran. Militarism is one of the most under-acknowledged drivers of the climate crisis. The US military is the world's largest institutional emitter of greenhouse gases, and its presence in the Middle East has long been tied to the control of fossil fuel resources. In our current system, there are always government funds for war, but not funds to care for our communities and acting on climate. It's long past time to move trillions of dollars away from death and violence to life and well-being for all. It's clear that struggles for democracy, climate justice, and human rights are deeply interconnected. The systemic injustices we face today are not new. They have been building for generations from outmoded and dangerous ideologies of supremacy. And now we find ourselves at a major crossroads where resistance and courage are more vital than ever. And as we look to COP30 and beyond, we are preparing not in isolation, but as a global movement. We want to carry forward the spirit of this assembly. We want this mother tree that is the assembly to nourish our strategy. We are connecting to reach the most local roots, to youth organizers in South Pacific, to water protectors fighting oil pipelines in North America, to solar cooperatives in Kenya, to mutual aid networks in Sao Paulo. Community-led solutions are not an afterthought. They are the front lines of the future. We also know what doesn't work. False solutions like carbon offsets, unproven techno fixes, and market-based schemes that are pushed by fossil fuel companies, big banks, and complicit governments to protect profits and delay real action. These distractions do not cut emissions at the source, do not deliver climate justice, and they only deepen the crisis we are fighting to stop. That's why our climate movements must continue to expose and shut down false pathways, because if we don't, they will hijack our future and lock us into decades more of destruction. We also know what works. Decentralized renewable energy, owned and managed by communities, just transition plans written with and by those who are impacted, rights of nature, indigenous rights, land back, and reparations for colonial damage, reforestation and agroecology movements that are regenerating the earth while feeding families, policies rooted in climate reparations and care-based economies, not corporate greenwashing, a fair, fast, funded phase-out of fossil fuels, and a clear understanding that the leadership of women in all of their diversity across all sectors is not optional, it is essential. From the wisdom of Indigenous matriarchs defending the water and land and carrying critical cultural knowledge, to young women leading divestment campaigns in universities, to fisherwomen rebuilding storm-resistant food systems. Women are not just fighting for climate justice, we are innovating it. Women are protecting biodiversity, teaching climate literacy, holding governments accountable, and passing laws where none existed. And yet, the space to lead is shrinking. We can't separate the failure of governments to act ambitiously on climate from institutionalized patriarchy and the global rise in authoritarianism. And right now, this is playing out heavily in the United States. We are seeing rollbacks on environmental protections, attacks on reproductive rights, criminalization of peaceful protest, and disinformation campaigns targeting climate and racial justice. Who benefits from this authoritarianism? Fossil fuel companies and political actors who profit from division, delay, and extraction. Who loses? The people, especially those who have contributed least to the crisis, but suffer most from its impacts. With democracy weakening, climate justice becomes nearly impossible. The same forces suppressing free speech are blocking climate action and silencing frontline communities. The fight for a livable planet is deeply tied to the fight for inclusive, participatory democracy, which we have yet to achieve. Research shows that everywhere in the world where women have greater agency and political power, carbon emissions are lower and social and environmental policies are more effective. Projects led by or inclusive of women have more community buy-in and have better outcomes. Yet women remain vastly underrepresented in climate negotiations and decision-making. At COP29, only 8 out of 78 world leaders participating were women. So we must continue the struggle to center and amplify women's voices, not just as participants, but as architects of the healthy and just world we want. To everyone in this assembly, your courage is fuel. Your honesty is oxygen. Your action is sunlight. Around the world, we see you, we are with you, and we need you. Together we have knowledge, we have the tools, we have the science, the stories, the solidarity. We're not waiting. We don't need another wake-up call. We are on the move. And this is why WECAN is hosting this assembly, to uplift women in all their diversity and community-led solutions, strategies, policies, and frameworks. It's code red for humanity, and we are drawing a red line to say no more sacrificed people and no more sacrifice zones. This is the time to unite together to build the future we know is possible. Our community forest is alive with possibility. Our roots grow deeper, our branches stretch wider. Our canopy shelters those not yet born. We can act now, and we must act now, because the earth is calling, and we are answering. So thank you so much for being here with us. And we're going to have an incredible 6 days, and we're going to go on this journey together as we hear from so many leaders from around the world. And now I want to bring into the discussion my dear colleague, Zukiswa White, who is a project specialist and social justice consultant from South Africa. And I want to welcome you, Zukiswa, and thank you for joining Casey and I for this opening session to discuss framing for climate justice principles. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Osprey, and to WECAN. Cassie, for opening this work with so much sincerity, as always, the excellent framing, Osprey, and to all of you joining from across the world, and of course, all the convening partners of this brilliant initiative under the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and beyond. I am joining this discussion from SB 62 in Bonn. I'm in community and on the ground with allies and co-creators of a transformative climate just future as we continue to hold the line fiercely at these climate talks. I'm feeling so grateful to be kickstarting this brilliant advocacy initiative and honored always to amplify the tireless and bold organizing and leadership of frontline communities, of women, of feminists, and indigenous, rural, and local communities around the world. Unfortunately, this tireless work of advocates within the walls of the UN and community activists and leaders on the front lines beyond the walls of the UN is frustrated consistently by unending delay tactics that keep the catalytic potential of this work buried under the bureaucracy and alienating semantics in these climate negotiations. We are in a political climate where inspired action and leadership feels lower than ever, despite this being a record-breaking year in terms of warming. But thankfully, our work continues beyond these soulless walls. The fight for climate justice does not sit outside the fight for gender justice, for health justice, for worker rights, for anti-extractivist struggles, and the many ways the progressive left has continued to organize and fashion struggle. Across the world, there is a growing recognition that climate justice is an urgent political imperative. Movements of land defenders, protectors and nurturers of sacred ecosystems, and social and political activists who are organizing in repressive regimes sponsored by the anti-rights agendas of the North are shaking tables and pushing back against the greed and exploitative logic of extractivism and its unholy matrimony with colonialism, imperialism, racism, and white supremacist patriarchy to offer the world a more human face, even under impossible circumstances. We simply refuse to give in to human-made suffering, death, and destruction at the altar of the whims of the wealthy and elite. They do not represent us. They have never represented us. And because they do not represent us, they cannot take away our collective will to live. And I said this in a previous panel, that if the rich choose to die behind their climate resilient walls, we, the majority, choose to live. We must simply continue to aggressively exercise our refusal to normalize the abnormal. We must continue to choose life. We must live, and we will live. And in choosing to live, we are united by the strength of our commitment to making climate justice outcomes politically inevitable. I want to reiterate that our work is to make climate justice outcomes a political inevitability. This will demand no less than a complete overhaul, a system change approach in analysis, in coordinated action, and in our visions for the future. What we know for sure in this work is that it does not begin outside a framework that positions climate justice within the struggle for ending the world as we know it. An anti-imperialist, anti-colonial, anti-racist, anti-capitalist, and anti-patriarchal and anti-rights agenda is the bare minimum for where we start this work if we are truly to see its transformative potential in fashioning a new future. What we also know for sure is that there can be no climate justice on occupied lands. Indeed, as Osprey said, no more sacrificed people, no more sacrificed zones. This too is a bare minimum. There is no place for settler colonies and their regimes in the inevitable future that we are fashioning. Land must return to the indigenous people, and the rights to collectively govern and decide on that land must be restored to the indigenous and rightful landholders. Despite that this work is happening in the face of fierce opposition, lethargy, and political will across the board, which leaves much to be desired. Despite all of these, what must be absolutely clear is that our movement to course correct does not stand a chance outside of waging genuine struggle against empire. As another grounding political imperative, we must understand that for this work to truly be meaningful and transformative, it must root itself in genuine advocacy for degrowth in the global north as a matter of urgency, quite literally life and death, while the majority world looks towards a post-extractivist future. This is not a condition that can continue to be negotiated. The global north must commit to degrowth. The global south must look towards a post-extractivist future. Ultimately, we must be honest. The so-called development in the global north was sponsored not just by the underdevelopment of the south, but as a result of its exploitation and the total force of racism and colonialism, of our lands, of our minerals, and our very ways of being. And so whether or not we continue on the path of extractivism in the South, this alone will not account meaningfully for our own development, because in the first place, it was not just the fossil fuel industry that catalyzed so-called development in the North. It was land theft, it was plunder, and the genociding of indigenous and native communities that cannot be a model that we continue to look towards. And even if the global south insists on arguments for continued extractivism, what we must always locate is that in the first place, the development of the north depended quite literally on the rape of the pillaging of the global south. So even if we were to continue on this path, unfortunately, we cannot meet our own development agenda with the cruelty that it took for the North, which is today denying the South the resources and the financing it deserves, and ever claim to reach that. So the future that this work promises also as an imperative must be an improvement on current conditions, not threaten to move from one set of exploitation to another, or even worse, exacerbate conditions of the masses. So we must in this work address rather than exacerbate existing injustices. For example, when we speak about transitioning, because a transition
I'm so
is
sorry.
happening
This
one
is the
way or
interpreter.
another.
I'm so it's extremely fast and none of the interpreters can follow up. I'm so sorry, but can you please slow down, because what you're saying is super important and we want to make sure it's captured in all languages. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies for that. Maybe I ask Osprey, how much time do I have? Do I have like 2 minutes still?
Yes, you have just that, like a minute or two. Yes.
Oh, okay. Apologies to the interpreters and to everyone joining us in the language booth. But where I was saying that even when we imagine a transition, because a transition is happening one way or another, we don't want a situation, for example, where we are transitioning from one form of precarious labor to just another form of precarious labor. We do not want the conditions in the first place that make labor precarious. Choosing to maintain the status quo is neither a coincidence nor is it our inevitable destiny, as our detractors may want us to believe. Rather, it is a political choice. And as I close, I want to be clear. Upholding systems that violate planetary boundaries and dishonor life is a political choice. Delaying meaningful progress on achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement must be understood for what it is. It is not a matter of process as they want us to believe. It is absolutely a matter of politics. Politics that displace, politics that kill, and politics that thrive on human suffering. Only our organizing allows us to stand a chance to fight the lethargy of the UNFCCC, which is currently not fit for purpose, and move into implementation of policies that not only halt devastation, but also champion democratic, gender transformative, and community-based solutions. The physical realities of needing to maintain 1.5 degrees are just quite clear to see. It is a matter of life and death. You are able to smell fresh air today. Can you guarantee that your children in 20 years will be able to do the same? We are seeing every day how we are straying far and far from the path. No neo-capitalism. Climate justice is not an avenue for tech bros to live out their Silicon Valley dreams. Neither is it a pathway for capitalism to reinvent itself. We must guard the co-opting of our movements from those who see opportunity to profit and plunder, where others suffer from threats of death and destruction. I've run out of time, and so I will just close by saying COP30 must unlock opposition and unleash climate action. We are in a polycrisis moment where, as I said earlier, a transition is happening. What the problem is that it is currently uncoordinated, unplanned, and without any real direction to ensure and safeguard an alternative future. And so once again, our role as CSO is to stand in solidarity with the front lines to make climate justice outcomes politically inevitable. Thank you so much, Osprey. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Zukiswa. Such a powerful presentation, and thank you for framing us up for the assembly ahead and all your powerful words. We're a little short on time, and we know we've sort of got to keep going with the next round of speakers, but I did want to hand the floor back to you, Casey, just for like a minute closing of this session. And just for everyone to know, Casey Camp-Horinek will be on one of the panels later on this week and have a full opportunity to speak, and we really look forward to hearing from her. But Casey, I just wanted to give you a final word before we close the session. And thank you so much, Zukiswa. Oh, you're on mute, Casey.
That too. Sometimes it's good for me to be on mute, but I'm grateful to be able to speak to you all. And thank you so much for those incredible insights and words and powerful work that you're doing in Bonn, Germany. I think what I'm hearing, number one for me is to continue to push forward what we can started at the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, that Indigenous rights are a climate solution, that the things that we bring forward from our past, from the ways sitting in the Earthen Lodge this morning in preparation for today's discussion, it was cool on a warm day. It was safe during a tornado. It is sustainable ways of living that Indigenous people have always had in their minds and hearts, because we follow what the land tells us to follow. And that we as women gathered this morning and talked about our children, talked about the unborn, talked about what we hope for the future. And then action has to follow. Action has to follow. Energy follows intent, that's true. We can put our intentions out there to change things, but we are in a critical moment in history. And we have to understand that our legacy demands that we warrior up, for peace, that we warrior up for the future that we are knowing has to be given to those that come after us, just as those before us protected us, loved us, made a way for us, despite the colonial mindset, despite any of that toxicity that is talked about, despite the imbalance. Here we are. Now, what do? We take to the streets, we make policy, we demand that we're heard in every single space that is out there, and we take up that space. We move into it. We assume the power of the feminine in this universal way of being, and we rebuild from there, and we do it now. And we do it strong, and we do it together.
Ooh, thank you so much, Casey. Really hear you about this is our time. This is a critical time right now. And I want to thank you so much for the opening prayer and your powerful words, and also Zukiswa for that incredible analysis. And it's just a powerful way to open this 6-day event of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and beyond. And we're going to be talking about all of these topics throughout the next 6 days. We're going to start our next session. But before we do that, I want to announce that today we are releasing a powerful call to action to governments and financial institutions globally. We want them to hear from us and talk about action. This is an action plan that we have designed. It's a collectively written call to action. It will be delivered at the UN General Assembly in September and at COP30 in November. And you can see the call to action with our demands in the chat. And also it will be going out online as we speak and out to the media. And there is still time to sign the document and take action with us. We welcome organizational sign-ons, and those will be included when we deliver the document in September and at COP30, and you can find that in the chat. So thank you everyone for joining us. Some are still coming on now. We encourage you to introduce yourself in the chat. And with that, I'm going to move us to our next session. I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on this panel. Thank you all for your important work and leadership and taking time with us today. We are starting the first panel of the Assembly with No Greenwashing, Rejecting False Solutions to the Climate Crisis, because it's vital that we're clear about corporate and government climate plans that are false schemes, that distract from the real solutions that actually work ecologically and uplift justice and equity. We need to understand that misdirection being advanced by neoliberal capitalism and colonization that serve the needs of the biggest polluters instead of helping people and planet. So we have to have a real clear understanding, which is why we're starting the Assembly this way. It's important to have a critical lens to examine a complex technocratic field of climate change policy and strategies from the local to the global arenas. By understanding the landscape of false solutions, we can work to dismantle the barriers to building a just transition and a livable future for all. And so with that, I'm very honored to introduce these expert panelists so that we can really hear in more detail what it is that we're talking about when we talk about false solutions and greenwashing. I'll be introducing them in the order that they're speaking. We'll be hearing from Silvia Ribeiro. She's a journalist, feminist, and environmental activist from Uruguay. Then we'll be hearing from Rita Uwaka, Environmental Rights Action Coordinator, Forest and Biodiversity Program, Friends of the Earth, Africa, from Nigeria. Then we'll hear from Clara Vondrich, Senior Policy Counsel, Public Citizens Climate Program and Public Voices Fellow with the OpEd Project, Yale Program on Climate Change Communications from the US. Hui Miam Lim, Independent Consultant and Code Lead for Article 6 on the Paris Agreement, False Solutions and Dangerous Distractions. From the Women and Gender constituency, she is from Malaysia. And then we'll be hearing from Ele Ravna Nak-a-Davi. She is a Sami leader. She's the chair of the Sami Parliament's Youth Council from Norway. And then we will be hearing from Simone Lavera Bilderbeek, independent academic research, and she's from the Netherlands. As we hand off the floor to our first speaker, Silvia, we will also be putting into the chat a report that WECAN has put out called The Need for Real Zero, Not Net Zero, Shifting from False Solutions to Real Solutions and a Just Transition. So it's another way that you can be more informed about what we're talking about regarding why we need to be aware of false solutions, and that will be in the chat for you. And with that, I hand the floor over to you, Silvia. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Osprey. Hi, all friends and all the women that I may have met or not, but I'm really happy to be here and honored. And I thank you for doing this effort to get us to understand some of the things that are very important and going on. And well, I would like to say first to remind all of us that, during 28 Conference of the Parties of the Climate Convention, they have basically not mentioned fossil fuels. And that is it's incredible because, fossil fuels are the basis of the contamination, the emission of greenhouse gases. So in COP28, they mention and they say something like transitioning away from fossil fuels. But in reality, that was a poisoned pill because it wasn't really transitioning away. It was about unabated fossil fuels. That is what they say that they said back then. And unabated is all that hasn't been compensated by markets or offset by carbon markets and others, or in a way compensated by different technologies, particularly geoengineering technologies, ways of removing carbon from the atmosphere. And all of these are new business for the same actors that were the main causers of the climate change. So in COP29, that proceed to instrumentalize this, and they approved a new frame for carbon markets with Article 6 by allowing, for instance, opening for allowing carbon markets not only in soils, not only in forests, but also in the seas, in oceans. And the way of doing this is particularly through technology. So I wanted to mention for you some of these false solutions. I'm really very honored, not only with the other people in this panel, the dear women in this panel, but also in the other panels that following during this week. And I know we all will be completing the different pictures we need. So I will focus to give you some examples on what are these really dangerous technologies that they are proposing that are geoengineering, the manipulation of climate, and it's on land, on the seas, on marine systems, but also what we call solar geoengineering in the atmosphere. So the one that is most known is one that industry has created many decades ago, the oil industry, which is carbon capture and storage. And this technology was before called enhanced oil recovery. And it says much more about what this is about. This is a technology that the oil industry invented to extract deep oil reserves. So it's injecting carbon dioxide in the ground, for instance, in depleted oil wells, and taking out more oil. They have this technology for a long time, decades in fact, but they haven't been using it much because it wasn't economically viable. But now, by presenting it as a climate technology, because it's injecting carbon dioxide in the soil, then in the soil or in the sea, and then they call it climate technology, and they are claiming carbon credits. They are also getting a lot of subsidies, public subsidies. Today, there are around, this is their official, the industry official figures. There are around 40 such installations in operation, and all of them, or more than 90% of them, is about enhanced oil recovery, but they are subsidized in different way. The other part is also heavily subsidized. It is in Canada and Norway, and it has been a lot of subsidies from the states, from public money. So that means that instead of putting the money in real solutions, they are investing again in subsidizing the main culprits of climate change. I am, of course, not laughing. It's just that it's so ironic. This is the way. The other new technologies they are using are, for instance, to how to convert the whole marine ecosystem everywhere on a giant carbon sink. And they want to do this by manipulating the chemistry of the ocean, by, for instance, ocean fertilization. This is another geoengineering technology, or what they call enhanced oil recovery. And this what they call enhanced alkalinity in the ocean. And for doing that, they want, for instance, one of the technologies to add tons and tons of grounded minerals. That is to make the ocean more alkaline. This would multiply the impacts of mining many times. But also it will mess with the chemistry of the ocean, with the ecosystem in the ocean, and it will cause a lot of things that they don't know anything about. There are already over 40 experiments trying to do either this or adding other kind of marine geoengineering. They are selling credits in the voluntary market without having any single demonstration that this is really absorbing more carbon. I want to mention another marine geoengineering technology, which is giant farming of algae. And this is promoted as something that is very nice. You know, we all like algae in the seas, but this is about hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of monoculture of algae. This will have so many impacts in the sea because it's like these tree monocultures putting in the sea. This will have on the marine food chain, but also on the deep sea and many other impacts. And because none of this goes to the root causes of climate change will continue, emissions will continue, and because of that, this is a new business, and they really want to advance it through carbon markets. I will leave this here, but I want to point to you some where you can go to get more information on the techniques, on the impacts of geoengineering. One is geoengineeringmonitor.org, and the other one is the handsofmother-earth.org, which is an international alliance against geoengineering. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really important work you're doing, Silvia. Silvia's been working on this for years and years and is such an incredible expert on fall solutions. Thank you so much. And with that, I'd love to invite Rita Uwaka to please join us. Thank you, Rita.
Thank you, Osprey, and everyone.
Oops, we've lost your video.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Hi.
Awesome.
Nice to be here. Good day, everyone, from wherever you are in the world. This is such an interesting topic, and it's something that is very close to our hearts, especially as environmental justice activists from Africa who has been campaigning against for solutions and different greenwashing techniques that is fueling climate crisis, fueling biodiversity crisis, and care crisis across different territories in Africa and around the world. Today, my presentation is going to be centered around, how greenwashing is impacting, the climate crisis. And we know that no greenwashing is something that we are speaking against, rejecting for solutions to the climate crisis. It's a key area of work that we'll continue to speak on. The point is, how green is greenwashing? We talk about greenwashing and the impact it's having on ecological justice, on climate justice, on environmental and social justice. It's more of a wolf, a sheep in wolf's clothing. It's all about, diverting attention from climate injustice that is flourishing in different territories around the world. It's all about environmental harms. It's all about fossil fuel industries, injustices, pollution. It's all about agro-commodities businesses expansion in different territories. It's all about that.
Uh-oh. I'm not sure what happened right there. I'm sure that Rita will be joining us again. She must have lost connectivity. So I think we're going to move to our next speaker. Clara, if you're available to jump in, we'll go ahead and then we'll come back to Rita when she joins us. Thank you for your flexibility. Let's go ahead and hear from Clara Vondrich. Thank you, Clara.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here with you. And it's funny, Rita and I were on the same wavelength because I was going to talk about greenwashing as the wolf in sheep's clothing, or better yet, the oil CEO in green clothing, right? I love what Silvia said. The same oil barons and powers who created the oil industry are now pushing these false solutions like CCS, geoengineering, and nuclear, I would add. Many, carbon neutral folks are, cautiously optimistic about nuclear, but we know from the research and just the practical experience of countries around the world that it's vastly more expensive than public coffers can support, and the timeframes are ridiculous. I mean, to build one nuclear reactor can take more than 20 years, and these projects are always facing delays and cost overruns. And so I actually think, in addition to being false solutions, they themselves are a form of greenwashing, because the powers that be know that these technologies aren't ready for prime time, and yet they push them anyway, creating a false sense of hope that allows them to burn oil for even longer. But I'd like to actually read a passage from Osprey's book, because she has been such an inspiration to me. And if you haven't checked out The Stories in Our Bones, I would really recommend it. And I just play this game where I open a book at random and I read the passage in order to get some inspiration. So this is the one I got to today. When I consider the kind of human beings we in the dominant culture need to become to live in a post-colonial context and navigate the Anthropocene, I realize that our work is not only to support Indigenous-led efforts to revitalize and protect their languages, which is absolutely critical, but also to transform our own tongues into languages of belonging and kinship by learning to bend, circumvent, liberate, and stretch language that currently objectifies nature until we become speakers of languages that affirm a living universe. I mean, I have chills just reading that, because the language we speak is so often the language of the oppressor and the language of the male-dominated energy that has set up the system that we live in. And we fall into the trap of using that language, and we just reinforce the system, even if we're critical of it, by using the same words and language and anger and fury, furious rhetoric. We're just reinforcing these systems. And for me, greenwashing ultimately is this idea that we can squeeze profit out of nature, that we can somehow, atone for our environmental sins by paying for a certificate of paper that says we're offsetting the emissions elsewhere. It's the ultimate Catholic indulgence, if you will. Back in the day, Catholics would cheat on their wives, and, well, I guess not back in the day, it's happening still, but they could go to the Catholic Church and, before Martin Luther, could purchase an indulgence, and therefore they'd be clean in the eyes of God. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. And, I was coming up in, back in 2000 when BP was running its Beyond Petroleum campaign, and I fell for it. You know, I thought that Lord, whoever his name was back in the day, the chairman of BP, was sincere, and I fell into the trap that capitalism could contain the solution set to help our climate. 25 years later, I no longer believe that to be true. I believe that the current paradigm has to be remade, reimagined, much like Osprey writes in her book, because as Einstein said, you know, the same thinking that created the problem can't get us out of it. And, you know, I grew up desperately passionate to do something for climate. My first job out of college was working for Al Gore's presidential campaign because he was already talking about climate. He'd written a book. And I just recall being, you know, told time and again that my ideas were kind of naive, you know, and one concrete example was being on the BP Oil Spill Commission that Obama set up in 2010. And we had commissioners that were really established voices in the field, including the head of NRDC at the time. We also had some luminary professors from schools of public health and environment. We had the EPA administrator, former EPA administrator, who set up the first environmental justice office at the EPA. And I remember telling them all that this was a truly teachable moment. You know, not only far beyond making sure spills like this didn't happen again, we could actually reimagine the Gulf economy, and they could use their bully pulpit in order to transition the Gulf economy to another, you know, non-extractive form, whether it was the service industry or tourism or what have you. And they all looked at me with this condescending, you know, little smirk, like, oh, Clara, that's such a nice idea, but that's not our mandate. Our mandate is to clean up this industry and make sure this doesn't happen again. And I remember feeling so small and so shut down, you know, and that's another form of the patriarchy and frankly of greenwashing, is that, you know, they make you believe that only incremental solutions are possible. The visions and the dreaming, they have no place in the current box. And I wish I'd had the circle of women that, and feminine energy, dominated energy that make up groups like this and that I blessedly have today in my community, in order to give me that comfort that my intuition and what my heart said was valid, because I know it to be valid today, and I know that I have the confidence to speak about it. But the powers to make you feel insignificant and in fact silly were very powerful when I was growing up. So one lesson is just please surround yourselves by as many like-minded people as possible. And I also just want to stress that I really believe that male energy or masculine energy isn't dangerous or detrimental per se. We always have in the dance of the pantheon, the feminine and male energies. We have the Shiva to the Shakti, we have the yin to the yang, we have the sun to the moon. And so the balance between them is what's missing today. You know, the balance and their ability to dance together is what's missing today. And just as a fun aside, I just had a baby daughter 6 weeks ago, and I named her Laska Shakti because Shakti represents that divine feminine energy that I believe we so desperately need now. So I don't know where I am with time.
We're just there. We're at time, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say, yeah, pay-to-play climate policy is doomed to fail. Any system that degrades and denies the fundamental rights of nature is destined to fail. And we have the chance to stand up and say, we don't buy it anymore. We won't buy, you know, the indulgences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clara, for that beautiful presentation. And just so you know, in the most positive way, when you started your presentation, we could hear your little one chirping back there in the background. So she's now part of the assembly as well. And really glad to welcome you as a new mama and your little one, which is who we're fighting for. So thank you for that and your powerful words. And thank you for all that you are doing. And with that, I'd like to see if we've got Rita back so she can finish her presentation. Ah, there you are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you so much. So, as I was saying before the network struck, okay, the idea about greenwashing as a first solution has continued to bring more carbon market initiatives like RED, hydrogen fuels, industrial plantation expansion, geoengineering, and this is reinforcing social, environmental, and gender injustices across different territories. We are seeing carbon offset projects, exploiting more local communities, indigenous communities, women from the global south. And this is benefiting the polluters. The polluters are supposed to pay, but they are benefiting more. And these polluters are in the global north. We're seeing big polluters buy carbon credits as they continue to, continue their extraction projects and also profit from these extraction projects from burning fossil fuels, from expanding agro-commodities in different community landscapes. And this has also fueled increased public crisis in the biodiversity, care, and climate spaces. We're also seeing corporate capture of our resources, our forests, our water bodies, our land, our farmlands, and this is also being manifested in policy spaces. So corporate capture is not only, capturing of resources. We are seeing it in policy spaces. For example, the COP negotiation spaces. The COP negotiations has been hijacked, has been co-opted and corrupted by corporations who are increasing every year in the negotiation space. This is something very worrisome, and the idea of the green washing as a first solution is also promoting green colonialism in the continent. When I say continent, I mean Africa, where there are lots of conservation projects. In the name of conservation, communities are being displaced from their ancestral lands, from their family farms, and also from forested landscapes that they have been custodian of in centuries and years. So companies are taking over these territories and impacting on the lives of communities, on the rights of community people, and fueling more land grabs, more deforestation, and this is, in a way, contributing to the climate crisis. There are core elements we should be looking at if we need the real solutions to be real and to counter the false solutions narratives that we have from corporations. It should be rooted in community knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is now an issue because a lot of indigenous knowledge have been eroded as a result of these false solutions, as a result of techno fixes that are not people-centered. We need to build our solutions as we've been promoting as environmental justice activists through agroecological means, promoting agroecological methods, promoting community forest-based management methods, where we put the management of our forests in the hands of the people. That will go a long way in mitigating against climate crisis. We must continue to name and shame these corporate polluters, these greenwashers at COP and other policy spaces. And also we must demand system change because the system is beyond repair as we speak. So there has to be concerted efforts for us to ensure that we continue to speak against, injustices, to promote system change and our climate change, and also the devastating impacts on women who continue to be the most impacted when, there is climate crisis, there's biodiversity loss, sharp and deepened inequalities at different levels has differentiated impact on women. We need gender justice, we need women's engagement in governance, and also the idea of this first solution that is rooted in market-based approach. We need to see how we can promote a non-market-based ecosystem approach to counter these false solutions that are continuing to cause flourishing injustices in different areas. We need collective solidarity, collective rights, amidst deepening inequalities and systemic injustices. Remember, we cannot be talking about environmental justice without climate justice. And we can be talking about climate justice without women. So we need to build a collective solidarity, build people power, dismantle all patriarchal, tendencies that continue to fuel corporate capture of our resources, of our policy spaces, and undermine the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita. Really appreciate your analysis and sharing your wisdom with us. And I'm really glad that you're able to get back online. And it's so important that we really understand, how the corporations have really captured a lot of the spaces that we need to claim back. And that's really what we're doing here. And with that, I would love to be able to hand the floor over to Wei Mian Lim. You have the floor.
Thanks, Osprey. Greetings to everyone. As mentioned by previous speakers, it is very clear that carbon markets and carbon trading are false solutions aiming to distract countries from their responsibility to urgently reduce greenhouse gas emissions. My presentation will be on Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. I will provide, first of all, an overview of what happened at COP29, followed by the issues with the operationalization of Article 6.4, followed by the potential of Article 6.8, and lastly, our demands. For overview of what happened at COP29, Article 6, first of all, consists of three siblings, I will call them. 6.2 is on bilateral carbon trading. 6.4 is on carbon markets, also known as Paris Agreement crediting mechanism. And 6.8 is on non-market approaches, known as NMA. At COP28 in Dubai in 2023, only the decision to operationalize 6.8 was adopted, 8 years after Paris Agreement. Countries couldn't reach consensus on the decisions to operationalize 6.2 and 6.4. So at COP29 in Baku, it was not surprising that the COP president was under great pressure to operationalize 6.2 and 6.4. To cut the long story short, on the first day of COP29, the presidency gavelled Article 6.4 one-page decision without parties' negotiation and without detailed decision text agreed by parties. Now, let's look at the issues with Article 6.4. There are many issues with regard to the operationalization of 6.4. Here, I will focus on two issues that are important for us feminists. First, grievance mechanism. Carbon credits projects have negative impacts on women and girls. For example, their way of life, livelihoods, income, and health. It also increases their risk of gender-based violence, and this has been documented, and there has been whistleblower and incidents. Civil society have continuously emphasized that the grievance mechanism must be in place before 6.4 is operationalized. The grievance mechanism entered into force in May last year. However, the process is not user-friendly and it's only in English. A grievant or its authorized representative may submit a grievance through a dedicated interface on the UNFCCC website by completing a grievance form. As of today, 1 year later, there is still no dedicated interface on the UNFCCC website. Not having a user-friendly grievance mechanism is ethically wrong. With this current grievance mechanism, will it help to protect and defend local women and Indigenous women's right to seek gender justice? The second issue, gender inclusion. The only time gender is in the agenda of the Article 6.4 meetings that happens few times a year was in early 2023. there's hardly any progress on gender in Article 6.4. If there's no gender consideration, will the promotion and protection of local women and Indigenous women's rights be taken into consideration in all the carbon projects implemented under the Paris Agreement carbon market? Now, let's look at the potential of 6.8. Article 6 is not all bad. There is Article 6.8, which I've mentioned is on non-market approaches. However, it is least highlighted and often left behind compared to 6.2 and 6.4 on carbon trading and carbon markets. The good thing about 6.8 is non-market approach, NMA. And it's also more in line with the worldviews of Indigenous people. It contributes to adaptation and resilience. It contributes to mitigation. It helps to achieve NDC commitments. It contributes to SDGs and social benefits. And compared to market approaches, NMA do not cause or cause minimal negative environmental, economic, and social impacts to the local communities and Indigenous communities. Last week at the SB 62 session in Bonn, Latin American and Caribbean countries and island states highlighted that there's a lack of visibility and awareness on NMA. There's also lack of funding for NMA projects. These countries have proposed for the Green Climate Fund NMA financing. And these countries also call for the unlocking of NMA platform. They want the platform to be open for all. For your information, the NMA platform is designed to record and exchange information on NMA initiatives. Currently, the platform only allows parties to register their initiatives. The platform was launched in November last year. Until today, there's only 2 entries of NMA initiatives by parties. This shows that the platform is very underutilized. You can visit it, just Google NMA platform. Lastly, demands. For path to COP30 and beyond, here are the demands feminist organizations and like-minded organizations could put forward to their party and advocate at COP. For the Paris Agreement carbon market 6.4, continue advocating against carbon market. Second, demand for a working and user-friendly grievance mechanism. And third, integrate the upcoming new gender action plan into Paris Agreement carbon market. For 6.8 NMA, number 1, amplify support for NMA and advocate for funding for NMA program or projects from climate finance mechanism. Second, demand that NMA must not be linked to 6.2 and 6.4. And 3, NMA must not be allowed to use fossil-based technologies and must wean off REDD+. Fourth, integrate the upcoming new gender action plan into NMA. And lastly, unlock the NMA platform, allow non-parties to register NMA activities or initiatives as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wei, for that great presentation and really very informative. And I wanted to share with our audience that throughout the next 6 days, we're going to be hearing from advocates all over the world who have different levels of expertise in many different arenas. And we wanted directly to bring in leadership who has expertise on the actual COP negotiations as Wei. And we've worked together on Article 6 over the years. And we want to also sort of demystify what's happening inside the climate negotiations by bringing some of that information into this space, because we're all like an ecosystem working together to talk about these issues. And what I would also suggest, as I mentioned before, and we'll put into the chat again, a report that we can put out called The Need for Real Zero, Not Net Zero, because it will also help you with finding some other resources, not just this article, but will help explain in more detail a lot of things that are being discussed here, because it is, I can't stress enough how important it is that we understand what these false solutions are, what market-based mechanisms are, what we're talking about, because so often when we are hearing in the mainstream media, is about these quote unquote solutions that governments and financial institutions are putting forward that are not real solutions, but they fall into the realm of continuing imperialism, capitalism, and the structures we don't want. So we are talking today about systemic change, and it requires analyzing these policies and understanding where they're real and where they're not lifting up climate justice, and how they actually perpetuate us continuing to burn the planet and harm communities. So all of this is critical to understand, and that's why we're having these different presentations, but also knowing people are coming into these dialogues at many different levels. So I would also suggest these resources that are put into the chat from Clara, from Hue, from Rita. We're sharing more about these speakers so that you can go back and also learn more as we all catch up and learn this language, as Clara pointed out. And with that, I want us to hear a presentation from an Indigenous perspective from Elle, and we can go ahead and hear from her now.
Thank you, and thank you, Osprey and WECAN for organizing this panel and for inviting me to speak beside these other amazing women. My name is Elle Rauna Näkelervi, and I'm a 24-year-old Sami activist. I would like to start off by saying that evidently there is no just transition in my region, Sami, only more business as usual. Switch slides, please. As you see on this map, we have 4 states to deal with at once, even though much of our struggle is cross-border, and our region, the Arctic, is the fastest warming region in the world. Using 2 examples, I will try to show how the so-called green transition affects my people and how we currently are dealing with it. In both of them, the principles of free, prior, and informed consent are violated. Next slide. The copper mining company Nussir ASA was granted permission to start the mining project and to dump waste in the fjord, Rieppevatnet, as part of the so-called green transition. The mountain area in question is also important Sami reindeer grazing land. Next slide. We have fought this project for 12 years, and in 2021, we established a protest camp with environmental NGOs after a decade of political resistance. Legal challenges revealed procedural errors, which temporarily halted the work. Recently, though, Nussir was bought by Canadian company Blue Moon Metals, enabling them to restart operations. 2 weeks ago, they began blasting without warning, but Indigenous and environmental activists quickly stopped them. Although they managed to halt the work initially, police were called just this morning and forcibly removed the protesters. So the resistance continues. And this is one of the most urgent cases in Sami. We are mobilizing local support and raising global awareness, reaching out to investors to highlight the devastating risks this mine poses to our people and the environment. So if you want to keep yourself updated on this case, please follow the Instagram accounts below. Next slide, please. In 2021, the Samis of Fosen won in the Norwegian Supreme Court, stating that the wind turbines on their reindeer herding land violate their human rights. So wind power is thrown in there as the solution to save the world, and with the slogan, more, faster. The problem with wind turbines is icing, avoidance from animals because of noise, pollution, additional infrastructure, etc. So in reality, the wind turbines and reindeer herding cannot coexist. Even though the Samis won the case, the Norwegian state was reluctant to respect the outcome of the Supreme Court verdict. For the following 500 days, the wind turbines kept spinning and no political action moved the case in any way. Next slide. This resulted in Sami and Norwegian environmental youth to take action by occupying the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy. We were inside the ministry for the whole weekend until getting arrested by the police in the middle of the night of the 4th day. Next slide. So this sparked the biggest Sami civil disobedience protest since the Alta case in the late 70s. We shut down the Norwegian government for a week, forced the prime minister to the table to negotiate, to admit the ongoing human rights violation, and apologize to the reindeer herders. So this is how far we had to go in order for the Norwegian government to listen. And what was Norway's solution? To force the reindeer herders to a mediation process to mediate themselves out of a human rights violation. So they're now looking for supplementary grazing lands for the reindeer. And spoiler alert, there isn't any. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. And this whole case reveals how asymmetric power relations continue to pave the way for colonial dispossession of Sami land. And also human rights in this so-called green energy transition. And there are so many more similar cases as the Fosen case already built and in the process. Next slide, please. So we refused to pay the fines received, and we state that we are not the real criminals here. Our resistance was the reason the Fosen case saw any movement at all. We were taken to court and we got acquitted twice. The government kept appealing, and last Thursday we were in the Supreme Court of Norway, and our verdict is expected within a few weeks. Last slide, please. So these are just a couple of examples of violations of both national legislation and human rights law, among many similar examples all over Sami. Sami culture is framed as a danger to the land, so the governments force our people to slaughter their reindeer, stating that there are too many reindeer in relation to the environmental capacity of the land. At the same time, they are on a highway to total destruction of the lands and waters in that same area. The green shift is very much a game of smoke and mirrors and greenwashing of the good old extractive capitalistic greed. The so-called solution to transitions are not just false, but they're contributing to accelerating pollution, loss of biodiversity, and loss of land, and by that, our culture. The common thing with all of these cases is that the governments and the companies ignore proper process, FPIC, the UNDRIP, the ILO Convention 169, recommendations from UN bodies, and even their own laws in the name of the green shift. But this is a dangerous development, not only in the Nordic states, but also for the rest of the world. When the ones who were once considered benchmarks of like how to respect and uphold indigenous peoples and human rights are now throwing everything overboard, then it could result in the legitimation of such violations and pave the way for this free-for-all. But we will keep fighting. The only meaningful way forward has to be real, just transition where indigenous peoples and human rights are respected. We should not have to occupy ministries, tie ourselves to heavy machines, or take every single issue through the court system. It's as easy and as hard as that. So we will keep leaving the land as we find it. We will keep asking for permission from the land and the ones already there before we enter. And we will keep thanking the land for all that we receive. That is our obligation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, LA, for your incredible work. And, you know, we just all applaud your incredible courage, your resilience and resistance effort. And it's just so meaningful to all of us to hear your work and how important it is that we continue to center frontline communities, Indigenous leadership. And this is why, you know, you are listening to the land and you are showing us the way. And I wish you all of the best. I know everyone here does. And really, truly, thank you for your courage and leadership. You know, this is the result of colonization over so many years. And thank you for your resistance and resilience. And with that, I would like to hand over the floor to Simone. Simone, take us away.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you can put up the slides, that would be great. I've worked a lot in international processes, but I will actually talk about energy transition in my hometown, Amsterdam. I decided last year to work on the local level, as I think processes like UNFCCC are actually fundamentally flawed. Moreover, I've seen the devastating, often gendered impacts of aviation. Also in my hometown in Amsterdam, people are literally getting sick of the noise, and it's a huge source of greenhouse gases. It's actually also an obstacle. Aviation is also a major obstacle to renewable energy in the area around Amsterdam. So it was one of the reasons I decided to stay local and fly as little as possible. And I would like to congratulate organizers of this fantastic digital event. I think it's really an example of how we can still all come together, and it's nice to see so many familiar faces in this. So this is my neighbor. It's called Ketjen. It's Albermade. And it's a typical example of the greenwashing that was talked earlier about. It's actually one of the 10 biggest polluters of Amsterdam. But at the same time, if you pass by the gate, you will see placards where they claim to be a huge contribution to sustainability because they produce catalyzers for cars, and that makes the cars a little bit cleaner. Anyhow, this is in the east of the harbor where I live. My work partly focuses on the active western part, the port of Amsterdam. Next slide, please. Now, Amsterdam and the port of Amsterdam have very huge ambitions. I think there's also a positive story here, because I really realize that if I see the discourse now, where they are at the stage of the UNFCCC negotiations, which are still trying to follow online, you just see that a city like Amsterdam is just much more advanced. I mean, they definitely want to become carbon neutral by 2050, but it's also very clear that transitioning away from fossil fuels is already a done deal in Amsterdam. I mean, as of 2008, there's already been no expansion of fossil fuel unlading in the harbor. They now have just published a new vision. As of 2030, all coal unloading will be phased out of the harbor. There will be no coal anymore in the harbor. This Hess thing that you see on the left side, that's actually one of the former coal plants. So it will completely stop using coal. There's a huge promotion of wind energy, electrification of industries. All the other fossil fuels are also being phased out. There's promotion of circular industries, several big zones, reuse of plastic, etc. There's also promotion of bioenergy and the bioeconomy in general, which sadly is still seen as positive. I'll get to more of that later. Next slide, please. So, I should say that the wind, you saw a lot of windmills also. There's the wind energy expansion is one of the things that's been hampered by the airport, because the most efficient windmills are actually so high that they hamper the flights of the airport, which is just far too close to the city. And the airport has also just ordered the closure of a huge solar field because they are being blinded by the light reflection from the solar field. So you see that there's actually a huge conflict also between aviation and some of the renewable energy strategies they have here. On the other hand, I think I would support, I was impressed by Ella's story about the windmills. We have a bit of the same thing here in Amsterdam on a very small scale, because they're desperately looking for alternative places for these windmills. And typically one of the priority locations is in one of the most marginalized neighborhoods of Amsterdam, because there people are not bothered by windmills. So all that is going all over the world. Anyhow, this is the good story insofar that these are former oil tankers. They're still being used for also old storage facilities. In 10 years from now, these will no longer be used for oil. They will be used for hydrogen and biofuels, because they're mainly used as fuels for aviation, for Schiphol. And the big alternatives they are promoting in Amsterdam are hydrogen and biofuels. And to complement all the fantastic stories just told, I wanted to go a little bit more deeper into these two false solutions. Next one, please. So hydrogen, I've actually learned a lot about that last year. It's quite fascinating because you see a huge push in Amsterdam and in the Netherlands for hydrogen. It's considered the big, great solution for the future. However, at this moment, globally, 97% of all hydrogen is still gray. It's made by fossil fuels, which means it's actually worse for the climate than fossil fuels itself. And in the Netherlands, only 0.03% is actually green, so produced by green energy. But even green hydrogen has often devastating gendered impacts on communities in, for example, also the production countries, because they're also importing green hydrogen. There was impressive stories. I'll leave it to people there to describe them more. But here also there's a lot of land grabbing for these huge energy projects. Hydrogen also requires massive amounts of water and electricity. And that contributes to water shortages, which is actually a huge problem now with climate change. So one of the climate change impacts that the Netherlands faces is actually water shortages, causing also siltation, drink water problems, etc. And net congestion. Now, the net congestion is actually a huge problem, partly caused by data centers and artificial intelligence, because half of all the electricity is already going in Amsterdam is already going to data centers. And because of that, they've just declared code red in Amsterdam. So there's now no new space for big electricity connections until around 32 or 2035, and in the entire province of the Netherlands, North Holland actually. And that while for a lot of industries, they see the main transition they can take is to switch from natural gas to green electricity, so wind or solar electricity. Sorry, I've got a cold, so I need to drink. And just another problem that you have with hydrogen is that there's a lot of leakage from the pipes. And that's often seldom talked about, but there's actually a recent research that was just presented to me last week says that 2 to 5% of all hydrogen is just leaking through the pipes. I mean, this is the smallest molecule. Now, hydrogen is not considered a greenhouse gas, but it's even seen as a renewable source of energy in the EU. But it has an estimated global warming effect that's 11 times bigger than CO2. And that is on the one hand, because it delays the dissolution of methane. And as people know, methane, as also saw it in the chat, methane is actually the most powerful greenhouse gas you have. That's why meat stays at the heart of the problem. It stimulates the creation of clouds, which is also contribute to the warming effects, and it affects the ozone layer. So this is actually a huge effect, and it's very hard to combat with technical means. Next slide. So you see, hydrogen is actually not really helping as a solution. Bioenergy is even more devastating. Bioenergy consumption is, and I used to work a lot in this. I'm actually still a very enthusiastic member of the Biomass Action Network. Bioenergy is actually the world's most rapidly growing and false solution. There's an expansion of 250% expected in bioenergy in the coming 10 years. Next slide. This will have devastating impacts on forests. It is already having devastating impacts on forests. European forest biomass is declining, causing huge, CO2 emissions as well. There's forest degradation happening all over the place, and there's deforestation happening all over the place. But the most devastating impact is actually the replacement of forests, but also other natural ecosystems by monoculture tree plantations. And you see that in the Netherlands, and you see that in other places. And it also means that a lot of areas that could be restored into nature will no longer be restored. And it's a basic, assumption that trees will grow, but also the time scale it takes to grow trees is just far too long. So already bioenergy is actually causing much more emissions than even coal. It's a worse solution. Next slide, please. A lot of these impacts are gendered, and I'm just astonished to see that also local policies, when they talk about these false solutions like hydrogen and biofuels, there's just no attention for the gender impact. Bioenergy, both biofuels like soy, which is one of the big sources they're now considering here in Amsterdam for the aviation, And wood-based bioenergy has huge gendered impacts. These are plantations in Brazil. The communities there, especially the women, are suffering from breast cancer because of the agrochemicals. They're suffering from glaucoma. They are suffering from a lot of gender-based violence. And this is a huge social impact that they have. These people have lost their water, they've lost their land, they've lost their ecosystems. So to go to the last slide, because I know we are running out of time, and you can find a lot more of the information about this impacts on EPN Biomass Action Network. They just published a big global threat map. I really recommend you to read that. It's a wonderful document. So my key message here is that global warming is not just about CO2. And it's not just about fossil fuels. And I'm sometimes worried that we've put far too much emphasis on just fossil fuels and just CO2. Of course, we don't want that either. But there are false solutions that are even more devastating for the planet. And we see all over the world now how these alternative solutions are actually causing more global warming, more social harm, and more impacts on women in all their diversity. So let's please broaden up the debate and talk about all greenhouse gases, talk about real just transitions instead of just an energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simone, for all of that incredible work that you're doing in research. And we will be putting those resources and Simone's information into the chat so people can learn more. Thank you so much for your incredible work for years on these topics. We only have a few minutes left in the session, but I did want to go back to all the speakers. And literally, if people could just give like a 1-minute closing remark, I would love to hear from all of you about just your main message you want folks to hear from you today. And like I said, we're just short on time, but it's really important now that you've heard one another to give everyone an opportunity to just chime in again. So if we could go ahead and go back to our first speaker. We're still, I'm just making sure everybody's still here. Silvia's here. Great. Please go ahead, Silvia.
Yeah, thank you, Osprey. I think it is, well, my main message is we are in problems for sure. And it's very important that we don't get tricked by all these promises of things that will not happen, like Simone just said. The good thing, and I want to end on that note, is that we have so many alternatives. I'm sure that among the participants in this conference, but also many other communities, particularly indigenous peoples, peasants, and others, we really have a lot of alternatives, and we need to strengthen them too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silvia. And we'll go to Clara.
Thought I was third.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I just want to close with this idea that your voice matters and you're much more powerful than you think. And don't let, and again, it's not just men, but it's the male energy sort of cow you into feeling that your ideas and visions are not feasible or possible. And surround yourself with as many like-minded people as you can. But when it comes to practical application of these ideas, I think it's really important also to get engaged in your local communities, run for office, make sure that you are being active and sharing your ideas as much as possible. I really, once Laska's maybe a little bit older, maybe I'll run for local town council or something, because ideas are important and they need to be shared far and wide. So thank you again for this opportunity. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate, and we love seeing your little one. Looks like they're just getting up from a nap there. She's stretching out. And we'll go to Rita. My apologies, Rita. I got mixed up because we moved you and Clara with the video issue. So Rita, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. We need to build collective people power, because that's the only way we can dismantle the systems of oppression that is all around us, the corporate capture of our resources, of our policy spaces. We need to find a way to build a collective solidarity at different levels, from local to global. And it's part of what we are doing here, and WECAN is doing great on that. So we need to find a way to strengthen all of that. We also need to promote solutions that is right-based and not market-driven, like water polluters are all geared towards, making money for private pockets, not concerned about the rights of people, not concerned about ecological justice, or concerned about how to make the world better. It's all about profit-driven approaches at the detriment of our environment, of indigenous peoples and local communities, with women bearing the most of the brunt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rita. So glad you could join us. Hui, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, like other speakers have said, we cannot do it alone. We have to be a collective movement to do this together. And we are many of us, and we are powerful. And as we have said again and again at the Women and Gender Justice meetings all the time, no climate justice without gender justice. And women, we are resourceful, we have the leadership, and we know what are the real solutions. Keep on pushing for non-market approaches, non-market solutions. There are plenty out there, especially done by Indigenous women and local communities. We need to highlight them. We need to bring them up to international level, because it has not been featured, it has not been hyped up. And you know how corporate capture does all the hyping up of carbon markets and carbon trading, and they have drowned all the real solution. So we need to do something to hype up non-market approaches. Thank you, everyone. Yes.
Thank you, Hui, and I love that. We definitely, one of the big things we're doing this week is bringing forward all those solutions that are community-led, are from Indigenous peoples, are women-led solutions that we've been seeing that are what we need to be doing. So I'm really glad that you brought that forward, because we know what to do. We just need to get a lot of interference out of our way so we can move forward. Ele, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say to the women, patriarchy, leading with softness, care, and not violence and force. Thank you. That's what we need. And I wanted to highlight the importance of people's allies, and that Indigenous peoples truly need to be in the rooms decisions are made. We need to think about environment, biodiversity, and climate at the same time. So respect Indigenous rights, respect human rights. The green energy transition cannot come at the cost of Indigenous lives.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing our attention to the fact that Indigenous rights, which we'll be getting into a lot this week, are important for all of us to protect. Thank you so much, Ele, for your work. And I give the final just 30 seconds to Simone. It's yours, Simone. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I totally agree with Silvia and others that there are alternatives. Actually, I wanted to end with a very hopeful message then. Here in my neighborhood, there's wonderful examples of alternatives to market-based consumerism. For example, they're having a giveaway shop every month, which is organized by the neighborhood center, where people can just come and bring their things that they don't need anymore, and other people can come and just take it without any money involved. And actually, there's already several neighborhood centers who are having this kind of giveaway initiatives, and it's a perfect way to recycle your things and go around markets.
I love that. Thank you, Simone. And that's it. I mean, I also think it's really great to bring these things and the solutions close to the ground. A lot of things that we need to do are things that are simple that we can do in our own communities. And I think once we stop looking at these top-down structures where they're corporate controlled and people are trying to make money and keeping things within corporate marketplaces, we're going to do so much better. And we already are enacting these things, and women are leading the way. So I love all of these presentations. Thank you all so much for your time. It's been a really powerful panel, and hope to see you all soon. And with that, we're going to go ahead and transition to our next panel. I did want to mention that, I I can't really keep track of the chat very well as I'm monitoring the different panels, but I did want to say that I see many people trying to connect, and I think that's fantastic. And that's part of the point, is to connect with one another. So please continue to do so. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be talking in more detail, but I'll mention it right now in case some folks are not going to be here, that we're also launching a What's Up group so that people can continue to have conversations outside of this space of the assembly and continue the dialogues. So we can put that link in the chat right now, and I'll be talking about that later on in the day when we have more time, about how to connect on What's Up group so we can continue to mobilize together and share information and knowledge. And with that, I want to welcome this next incredible group of leaders. Thank you all for your important work and leadership and taking time with us to present on this panel, Women for Forests, Protection and Reforestation. And we're calling it part 1 because there's going to be another panel on forests later on this week. Global forests are on the brink of ecological collapse in many regions, and we must continue to take an unwavering stand to protect them and Indigenous peoples and local communities who have long stewarded the world's forests. And let's be clear, there's no climate solutions without forests. In WECAN's Women for Forest program, we are working in 3 regions: the Amazon rainforest in Ecuador and Brazil, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Tongas rainforest in Alaska. And we know through this work, there's a long history of women defending forests globally, which you'll be hearing about on this panel. Before I have the honor of introducing our speakers, we have a short video to share with you to help frame this really vital conversation. And I did want to note that this film was produced a few years ago. And so some of the context and political context has changed, but the essence of the struggle and what we're facing is still absolutely relevant to right now. So with that, please go ahead and share the video, Stand with Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, the Amazon, and the Climate.
Piraira nerazi ewa tupã. A conjuntura política brasileira é muito grave para toda a população, em especial para nós mulheres. E agora temos um presidente que acha que as mulheres têm que ter papel secundário, salários menores. Está aqui participando do Fórum Permanente da ONU, em frente à Embaixada do Brasil, para nós tem um significado muito forte. Porque é reafirmar a presença e a existência indígena em todos os espaços.
Brazil is the deadliest country in the world for environmental defenders. Since the election of Bolsonaro, there has been an increase in the killings of indigenous peoples in Brazil. These are their lands, their forests that they have maintained. So it is up to all of us to be protecting indigenous rights. It's the morally correct thing to do, to help our indigenous sisters and brothers when they're under attack. But also for all of us, because of the climate, we need to protect the Amazon rainforest.
Bolsonaro, ainda parlamentar, ele falou que a cavalaria do Brasil era incompetente. Competente é a cavalaria norte-americana que conseguiu exterminar todos os indígenas. É muito urgente que o mundo escute a voz dos povos indígenas do Brasil.
Nesse momento, órgão institucional, políticas públicas, pouco importa. Porque o que está nesse momento em pauta é exatamente a destruição, o extermínio e, mais uma vez, o genocídio coletivo de nossos povos. Eu não sei o resultado da nossa mobilização. Pode ser que na próxima semana vocês tenham notícias de várias lideranças nossas presas, criminalizadas ou mortas. Porque esse é o momento que a gente está. Mas nós vamos seguir firmes, resistindo, pagando com a própria vida. Porque para nós a luta pela Mãe Terra é a mãe de todas as lutas. Que são nossos territórios sagrados que garante o ar, a água, né, o clima e que garante a vida no planeta. Nós precisamos urgentemente romper com esse modelo de desenvolvimento que usa de forma predatória a Mãe Terra. Estamos aqui para reafirmar que a luta pela Mãe Terra é a mãe de todas as lutas. Nova York pode até ser o centro do mundo, mas o que garante a vida no planeta é a Amazônia.
Amazon is not for sale. The Amazon is not for sale. The Amazon is not for sale. Indigenous blood. Not one more drop of indigenous blood. The Amazon is not for sale. Amazon is not for sale. The Amazon is not for sale. The Amazon is not for sale.
So with that, I'm really glad to see, that actually things in Brazil have changed and, under the new administration. But as I mentioned, the context of the conditions of protecting the forests continues to remain. So I'm really glad we could see that video and provide some context. And with that, I want to introduce the speakers in the order they're presenting. We'll be hearing from Aditi Sen, who is the Climate and Energy Program Director from Rainforest Action Network in the US. Then we'll be hearing from Devi Agrigrani. She is Tuluk and a member of the Indigenous Tuluk Katan community and president of the Indigenous Women's Association of the Archipelago in Indonesia. Then we'll be hearing from Patricio Galinga. She's a Quechua leader from Seriaco, Ecuador. She's a spokeswoman for the Amazon Women in the Defense of the Jungle, and we're very honored to have her as a WECAN coordinator in the Ecuadorian Amazon from Ecuador. Then we'll be hearing from Yolanda Fulmer. She is Tlingit and a native rights activist and a representative for the WECAN Tongas Hub from Turtle Island, USA. And then we'll be hearing from Yadira Ako Guai. She is Siko Pai, and she's the leader of the Siko Pai Nation of the Ecuadorian Amazon in Ecuador. And we're so truly honored to have these amazing leaders with us. And I hand the floor over to you, Aditi.
Thanks, Osprey. I want to say first of all that, it's great to be here today with so many amazing and inspiring women, Indigenous leaders from different parts of the world. And your leadership and your resistance to protect our forests, our land, the water is truly inspiring. And ultimately, that's what's going to really sort of pave the way for a better future. So really excited to be here today. I really want to sort of talk about the role of global corporations, in particular, the big banks and investors in driving forest destruction and in driving the climate crisis. At the Rainforest Action Network, we have been working to bring more transparency and accountability to the role of the financial sector in driving both forest destruction and the expansion of fossil fuels. Big banks and big investors play a really critical role in perpetuating an extractive economy by providing the finance needed. Banks and investors enable companies to expand production of agri-commodities like palm oil and soy and fossil fuels like oil, gas, and coal into the world's remaining tropical forest ecosystems. And we know that this expansion of both commodities like palm oil and soy and beef and fossil fuel commodities like oil and gas is having an impact not just on the ecosystems, but also on the indigenous peoples and local communities who reside in these communities and in these areas. In the Peruvian Amazon, for example, between 2000 and 2019, there were over 470. Sorry, can we move to the next slide? Next slide, please. So as I was saying, these investments are having a huge impact in forested ecosystems. In the Peruvian Amazon, for example, between 2000 and 2019, there were around 474 oil spills. In the Ecuadorian Amazon, between 2006 and 2022, there were 4,600 oil spills. And now we are hearing that new oil blocks may be opened up for exploration in the mouth of the Amazon in Brazil. And we know that that's going to have a devastating impact on the Amazonian ecosystem, but also on indigenous peoples and communities in the Brazilian Amazon. So when we talk about forest protection, we really also need to talk about fossil fuels and the role of finance. And as we head into COP30, forests, fossil fuels, and finance really need to be sort of looked at as part of that agenda. So my presentation today is really going to be focusing on the role of finance. And I wanted to share some of the findings that have emerged from a recent report that we just produced last week on the role of big banks in financing fossil fuels and fossil fuel expansion. Next slide, please. Yeah, maybe we can go to the next slide. So this report that we have produced annually is called the Banking and Climate Chaos Report. It looks at the finance that comes from the world's biggest banks, the Wall Street banks, the banks in Europe, North America, Japan, that's going towards fossil fuel and fossil fuel expansion. And some of the findings from this report are truly quite staggering. So in 2024, $869 billion went towards the fossil fuel sector from these banks, of which 429 billion went towards companies that were actually expanding fossil fuels. So companies that were putting in place new oil wells, new pipelines, new gas terminals. And what's truly shocking is that between 2023 and 2024, we actually saw an increase in financing, a $160 billion increase. And this is really unfortunate because we'd actually been hopeful that we were going to be seeing a decreasing trend because financing numbers had been declining, but we've seen a massive uptick in the last 1 year. And this, despite the fact that we are seeing the climate crisis escalate, and 2024 was the hottest year on record, and yet instead of actually reducing financing towards the fossil fuel sector, banks continue to pour more and more money into fossil fuels and into fossil fuel expansion. And the science is absolutely clear that we cannot afford to burn more fossil fuels if we want to limit global warming and if we want to have a stable climate. But the financing that these banks are providing to fossil fuels is not just impacting climate change, but also really having a profound effect on ecosystems, forest ecosystems, and marine ecosystems, and on frontline communities and indigenous peoples who live in the areas where fossil fuel expansion is happening. Next slide, please. Maybe, yeah, we can go to the next slide, maybe. Yeah, let's just skip the slide. So I wanted to sort of talk about one particular example. If you look at the Banking on Climate Chaos report, we've actually not just pulled together the data that looks at financing trends over the last, since 2021. And if you look at the financing trends since 2021, over $3 trillion has gone towards the fossil fuel sector, and 1.6 trillion has actually gone into expanding fossil fuels, new gas, new coal, new oil. And this is both obviously has a direct damaging impact on climate change and emissions, but it's also impacting frontline communities and vulnerable ecosystems. For example, in the Pacific country of Papua New Guinea, which is one of the most biodiverse places on the planet, and home to hundreds of different species and home to the world's third largest contiguous rainforest after both Brazil and Indonesia. It's really a place of stunning beauty, and most of the people in Papua New Guinea really rely on the forests, the land, the water for their livelihoods and for the way of life. Papua New Guinea, in Papua New Guinea, Total Energies is promoting Carbon Bomb, a new LNG project, liquefied natural gas, that will involve the building of over 9 wells, gas wells, a new gas facility, and over 300 kilometers of pipeline that's going to run through the entire length of the country, but also will have impacts on the marine ecosystem. But what has been really inspiring and amazing is that we've seen some fierce resistance from frontline communities and indigenous people in Papua New Guinea. And as a result, some of the biggest banks, including French banks and the Australian banks that had committed to financing this project, have actually now withdrawn their financing from the Papua LNG project. And ultimately, really, it is the leadership and resistance from frontline communities, from indigenous people, and their sort of struggle to protect their sacred land, their forests and water, that is really among the most important and impactful strategies we have. And as we look towards COP30, we really need to be elevating frontline voices and indigenous leadership. And really, we need to demand accountability from the financial sector and from the big corporations, which are really complicit in perpetuating the climate crisis and in perpetuating forest destruction. So as we head towards COP30, we need to sort of collectively demand that private financial institutions are held to higher standards. We are seeing that despite, next slide, please. We are seeing that despite the fact that there's a growing climate crisis, many banks and financial institutions are actually rolling back their climate commitments. And even when they do have climate policies, these policies are full of loopholes and often rely on false solutions such as carbon markets or carbon offsets that we know do not really fundamentally move us away from a high carbon fossil fuel dependent economy. So as we head into COP30, we collectively really need to demand more accountability from the financial sector. Money makes the world go round, so money is really key here. We need to demand that these private financial institutions end financing of fossil fuel expansion, respect climate, biodiversity, and human rights and indigenous sovereignty, and really scale up support for a just and people-centered transition rooted in rights and climate justice. I will stop there and pass it on to my other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditi, for that and sharing that really important report as we get ready to head into COP30 and also to share with everyone this important work that RAN is putting out on climate, the need to bring into our work around climate justice, the financial institutions. Which is really important. And also we can put into the chat some of the work that WECAN is doing on divestment work, which I think is really, really key to protecting forests and stopping fossil fuel extraction. So thank you for that. And I'm really excited now to hear from Devi Agriani. Devi, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Osprey, and to be honored to be here with all of you. What Aditi is already opened the conversation is so really interesting. For me, as a indigenous woman, president, or my organization, Perempuan Aman, is the Indigenous Women Association of the Archipelago. Is a membership organization. Right now we had 4,672 indigenous women as a member across Indonesia, and we consolidate them as a 131 local chapter. We are working directly with them, and so far that based on my experience, indigenous women have a crucial for rainforest protection and reforestation efforts when facing unique challenge and playing vital leadership roles. Their work is intrinsically linked to their livelihood, cultural preservation, and the fight against is development is talking about the mining, concession, plantation. Even though the new one right now is a national strategic project, it's including energy transition in Indonesia, and they are still facing that fight against climate change. And all of the indigenous women right now they are a part of the forefront of combating deforestation, promoting ecological restoration, and safeguarding their community life and cultural. I just want to say and share with all of you talking about the what the leadership of indigenous women right now to protect their we call is indigenous woman management area. Hutan perempuan is translating in English is a woman forest is a part of the indigenous territory that is managed by Indros and Tobeti indigenous women semi-autonomously, because this is a communal the communal property. The mangrove forest become the family source of life to fulfill protein foods such as fish, crab, and clams. Nowadays, mangrove fruits and leaves are being processed by indigenous women into products such as ice cream, syrup, and flour that can be found in various kinds of snacks. The management of hutan perempuan in Teluk Yotefa is determined by the indigenous woman itself, such as the harvest timing and utilization of product, procedure types, and the amount of harvest and restriction on other group access to hutan perempuan. This space can only be entered by indigenous women unless the consent of indigenous women is obtained. Therefore, hutan perempuan has become a safe place among the indigenous women to share their most sensitive experience in the community and even become a medium to build solidarity if violence occurs against Indros and Tobati indigenous women while they do their activity. Hutan perempuan is a fragment of indigenous territory that remains from the massive urban development that changed the face of the indigenous territory into markets, tourist attraction, residential areas, shop, even bridge. This is a part of the national strategic project. Trade the life and identity of Indros and Tobati indigenous people. At the moment, the effort of the indigenous women together with Ondo Afi is the customary institution to defend the fragments of the indigenous territorial have received support from the government through the policies of the mangrove protection area and biodiversity within them. But it's not like a story that I share with you, but this is a long struggle of indigenous women to build their leadership. They are taking a lot of effort how they can bring the voice of indigenous women to be lead this process to protect their territory, because it's just a remind of the territories of indigenous people in Indros and Tobati is a part of the Papua, a part of Indonesia. But this is like how they build their leadership is important, because it's using the organization, they bring the voices. It's not just in the community level, but bring to the regional, even though in the national level and that right now in the international. That's why we need to consolidate and collective action to protect our territories and to build solidarity among indigenous women using this organization. Now, indigenous women are increasingly taking and leadership roles in forest monitoring, community decision making, driving efforts to protect and planting trees and restoring ecosystem. For them, this is talking about the sustainable life. And I think this is a part how we change the narration about the power relation in the community, build the democratization, talking about the management, natural resource management. So far that I can share, and I want to stop there. But for me, this is the time for us to bring the success story of the indigenous woman as a leader and lead the community to protect their life. Thank you, Osprey. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Debbie. And I couldn't agree with you more. Indigenous women leading forest protection and reforestation projects and forest management is a crucial climate solution and biodiversity protection solution and a solution for how we should be living in harmony with the land. So thank you for your incredible work and really appreciate your leadership and lifting up Indigenous women in this fight to protect our forests. And along those lines, I would like to now introduce Patricia Gualinga from Sediaco to continue this conversation. And again, just reminding people that you may need to use your interpretation globe as she will be speaking in Spanish. Patricia, welcome. Good to see you.
Buenas tardes, Osprey. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Es un honor estar aquí con tantas mujeres lideresas del mundo. Realmente pienso que el empoderamiento a las mujeres parte desde la capacitación, algo que hace algunos años había sido muy relegado y que era privilegio de los hombres. En territorios amazónicos, el posicionamiento de las mujeres es algo que viene de hace pocos años atrás. Aunque las mujeres siempre estuvieron presentes dentro de los procesos organizativos, nunca estuvieron presentes en las tomas de decisiones ni tampoco en la visibilización que se quería dar. El colectivo de mujeres amazónicas defensoras de la selva lo que ha hecho es tratar de empoderar a las lideresas comunitarias, pero que ellas a su vez mantengan toda la capacitación adecuada para que dentro de sus funciones, dentro de las estructuras organizativas, puedan tener las herramientas necesarias para poder participar de una manera activa pero en igualdad de condiciones. Este es un trabajo que lo venimos haciendo con mujeres de algunas nacionalidades indígenas y especialmente mujeres líderes. Un trabajo que ha sido muy cuestionado porque acuérdense que dentro de nuestras estructuras hay las organizaciones indígenas, pero normalmente la mayor parte de organizaciones han sido lideradas por hombres. Y aunque hemos sido partícipes, las mujeres casi no han estado visibles. Y si han estado visibles, siempre les han enviado a tareas de aspectos logísticos que más tiene que ver con aspectos operativos, más que para toma de decisiones. Entonces, como colectivo, nosotros lo que hemos hecho es cuestionar esta dinámica y más bien exigir la participación en decisiones políticas territoriales de las mujeres. Llevamos varios años trabajando y hemos podido ver que ya en algunos espacios hay mujeres que están asumiendo funciones muy importantes. Falta impulsar más. Y la lucha también es casa adentro, porque casa afuera ya sabemos con quiénes nos enfrentamos, las industrias extractivas, los gobiernos autoritarios, están las petroleras, hay una serie de cosas, pero casa adentro también nos enfrentamos a esa invisibilización, a ese opacamiento, a esa falta de hacer que las mujeres puedan ocupar roles importantes. Hasta ahora, todavía en las organizaciones, ya más de 35 años han sido lideradas por hombres y las mujeres hemos tenido una escasa participación. Aparte de eso, yo creo que es importante manejarnos en espacios de mujeres porque tenemos la posibilidad de crecer de las formas que nosotros queremos, de sanarnos en las formas que nosotros queremos, porque muchas mujeres muchas veces vienen de situaciones de violencias que no vienen curadas y ese espacio de mujeres permite que haya esa curación y ese crecimiento y ese acompañamiento entre mujeres. Yo siempre digo que la visión de la mujer es mucho más integral cuando se refiere al territorio, porque estamos dotadas de sensores y de antenitas que los hombres no lo tienen. Por eso vemos toda la diversidad, toda la tierra de una manera mucho más integral. Y esta lucha estaría completa y se estaría transformando de una manera positiva si tuviera la participación mayoritaria de mujeres. Nosotros, con apoyo de WECAN, estamos teniendo un pequeño proyecto que es de reforestación con enfoque femenino, una primera experiencia en la Amazonía, un proyecto liderado solamente por mujeres, que sientan cómo es la reforestación, que identifiquen cómo es, pero también que las comunidades entiendan que las mujeres pueden liderar también estos espacios, que ellas vean qué semillas han estado perdiendo, qué semillas están en riesgo de que nuestros hijos no lo puedan conocer más. Y hacemos un trabajo hermoso, que no solamente es luchar desde nuestros territorios, sino más bien ir con propuestas que puedan demostrar la posibilidad de que las mujeres pueden hacer que haya proyectos exitosos, resultados exitosos, alternativas que complementen y que de alguna manera den fuerza a la lucha de la resistencia en territorios de los pueblos indígenas. Hoy es muy urgente la participación de la mujer en la Amazonía, de una manera fuerte, de una manera que tome decisiones, porque el territorio amazónico siempre está siendo considerado territorio de sacrificio. Sacrificio con justificaciones económicas para petróleo, para minería, para hidroeléctricas, para carreteras, para madereras. Y eso no lo podemos permitir. Las mujeres estamos en pie de lucha, siempre al frente, siempre diciendo lo que no quieren escuchar y siempre ahora haciendo escuchar nuestra voz, así no les guste. Las mujeres hemos empezado a alzarnos, a participar y a actuar en la defensa de los territorios, pero también a accionar propuestas que puedan ser muy fructíferas dentro de nuestro espacio territorial. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Patricia. I really appreciate your leadership, and I've known Patricia for many, many years and have been so honored to work with her. And I just wanted to also lift up, the incredible leadership that she has, and the entire community of the Amazon women defenders have been amazing in the Ecuadorian Amazon for many years, risking their lives, going to the government so many times, leading marches. It's an incredible body of work that these women have put forward, protecting their territories and lands. And the program that Patricia was mentioning is something that we can put a link in the chat. We've been very honored at WECAN to, over the last year, really be developing a program with Indigenous women leaders led by Patricia in Sariaco that is both for reforestation, as she talked about, reforesting trees that are going extinct, and also trees that will help bring about the bounce because of the harms that have been brought to their communities, and balance the ecological integrity of the Amazon rainforest in her region. But also the program is about lifting up forest protection so that we can really stand with the women land defenders in their protection politically and in all different arenas for the protection of the forest. So I really applaud your leadership, Patricia, and also this is part of our strategy going to COP30 is to lift up the role that women have in protecting forests that has always been there, and it's really critical. So thank you so much for your work. And with that, we're going to move to Yolanda Fulmer. But before we bring her on to speak, we wanted to share a video of her region and the fight to protect the Tongas rainforest, which is now under attack again by the current administration in the United States. So let's show that video, and then we'll bring Yolanda Fulmer to speak to us. Thank you.
We fought real hard for what became the roadless rule for Alaska in 2001. Now they want to roll it back and weaken it. They again haven't talked to us. We have come here to speak with those on Capitol Hill to ask that we be looked at as human beings, not as relics that have been put into the museum. We need to be heard. It's important that we work towards making this roadless rule a law, so that it cannot be tampered with at the whim of one election to the next.
We are not here just for us. We are here for Alaska and Southeast Alaska, and it is about 90% say that they are for the roadless rule. It is working. We are seeing stuff coming back. It's like a dominoes effect. You take these trees away, everything else is gonna fall. Not just the animals, not just the plants, but the people. The roadless rule is making a difference, but we need to keep it there, otherwise it's gonna be gone.
We want our Tongas forest to be protected. It's one
of the last largest national forests in the world, and it provides 8% of carbon for the rest of the people in the world. It's not just us that we're worried about, it's climate change. And now they want to take a bunch of steps backwards. We want you to stand with us and help represent us, because we as a culture are not being represented by our senators in Alaska. They have a different vision, and it doesn't consider 90% of people that live up there. The survival of our culture right now is dependent on this roadless rule.
We're a part of that ecosystem, and it's finally coming back to what it once was, and it's really important that it stays because it's a way of life. If this happens, it brings devastation, and it's like another genocide. It just brings nothing but harm for the ecosystem and the people and the fish. We rely on all of it, and the Forest Service is going to try and log the old growth, which is what we're fighting against. We need the roadless rule coded in the law.
It's one of the most important forests in the world, but also here in the United States in terms of carbon sequestration. It makes no sense with the IPCC report that's come out giving us 10 to 12 years to be destroying this forest that is most important for Indigenous people and all the cultural survival that they are dependent upon. That's the most important thing, but also to think about it in terms of, you know, our nation and the entire climate change issue globally, that it's a really important forest.
We are connected to the land in a way that people do not understand because they are not in it all the time. And this is our medicine. It recharges us. People that live in the city, they have lost that connection. They're in this concrete jungle. Why do we seek out going camping? Why do we seek out going hiking? Because it recharges you. It makes you feel better. And that's because we are connected to this land and that we need to stand up for it. What are we gonna leave our children? Rocks. That's what it's gonna be. We can't eat rocks.
Our voices have to be as important as any industries, if not more important, because the industries come in. We live there, and we have to live with the impacts. And we haven't even recovered from the clear cuts of the late last century. And the 2001 roadless rule has to be allowed to work. And it is working well for us now.
Look at these trees, not just as trees, not just as pulp or paper or a pencil or money. Think of us, the people that are there, all the animals that are there. There was a vote last year to exempt the state of Alaska from the roadless rule, putting the Tongas at risk, but luckily they failed. There will likely be other votes this year, and we want you guys to stand strong and help our voices be heard and be amplified. And I feel like you guys can help us do that and help stand behind us and with us and stand up for the Tongas National Forest.
And with that, I'm really honored to bring on to our webinar, Yolanda Fulmer.
Thank you so much, Osprey. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's always a pleasure working with you. It's good to see all of you. Thank you for being here. I am honored to be speaking to you from the heart of the Tongas National Rainforest here in Juneau, Alaska, the lungs of North America. It is a responsibility we feel we share with the Amazon. I want to speak on the Indigenous experiences of climate change and deforestation. Yolanda Fulmer, my Tlingit name is Chokukla. My taxpayer's name is Yolanda Fulmer. Dak dain ta nachatsati. Sit iti gayi achtuwu at. I am from the Dakdaintan or Kittiwake clan, and my spirit was born in Glacier Bay. I am a Tlingit matriarch. in a long line of proud matriarchs. So everything I do is for the children, our future. Today I am representing that beautiful group of Indigenous women that you saw in that video. Here in Southeast Alaska, from the Women for Forest Tongas WECAN chapter. We continue to fight for our sovereign rights and protection of Ha'ani, our ancestral homelands here in the Tongas, which we are the original custodians of for over 17,000 years. The Tongas rainforest is the world's largest intact old-growth temperate rainforest, a vital carbon sink, and home to unique ecosystems that continue to support the health of our planet. It is a land where the forest meets the ocean and supports some of the largest wild salmon population left in the world. Old-growth forests like the Tongas are some of the most resilient areas to climate change. Protection of the Tongas is integral to protecting our climate, our wildlife, our cultures, and economic systems that depend on it. And the Tongas is currently under attack again by the current administration of the U.S. I stand here today not just as a Native woman, but as a descendant of ancestors who have cared for these lands since time immemorial. And we are in an ongoing battle, as many of you are, to protect our most precious resource, our Mother Earth. But for Indigenous people, this isn't a new fight. It is a continuation of the struggle our elders and ancestors have carried since the moment colonization began harming the balance we have with Earth. Akachyanik adusa dayechatan. They are not just trees. They are who we are. When you view the trees as relatives and not just resources, climate change looks different. It's like watching your family die in front of you. Every part of us is rooted in the land. And as parts of the land die off, parts of us die as well. Our culture is about understanding natural connections with the land and with each other. When we talk about the knowledge and understanding of the needs of the land, Indigenous people need to be at the decision-making table. Every mountain, river, and tree has a name, a story, and a meaning. Ya'at du khani ha tuwu. Everything has a spirit, and we are the ones connected to the spirit of the land. We carry the intergenerational ecological knowledge passed down through oral tradition, practice, and lived experience. We understand how to care for the land without taking more than what is appropriate. Our perspective is critical to any sustainable and respectful management of the forest. Ignoring our connection with the land is cultural genocide. We don't just want access to the land. We are demanding the recognition of our sovereignty, our rightful authority to steward, protect, and care for the lands and waters that are a part of who we are. We are not separate from the ecosystem. This isn't about ownership. This is about relationship. Relationship with the land. It is about hashuka, honoring our past, protecting the present, and ensuring the future for those not yet born. When Indigenous people lead land management, the earth responds. The trees grow taller, the salmon return. The water runs cleaner. This isn't coincidence. It is the direct result of knowledge systems that have evolved through generations of observation, ceremony, and deep respect. Wuchyach, balance, reciprocity, and accountability with all living things. Indigenous land stewardship isn't just good for Native communities. It is essential for ecological safety and climate security for everyone. In a time when ecosystems are collapsing and natural and man-made disasters are increasing, we offer a path forward, one rooted in responsibility, not exploitation, one guided by true values, not extraction. We have never asked to be dictators, but we have always been caretakers. And the earth needs her original caretakers to be heard, respected, and restored to our rightful roles. If people truly care about the future, about clean water, sustainable food, forests that breathe, and oceans that heal, then they must care about Indigenous sovereignty and stewardship. because land back is life forward. Here in the Tongas, we are promoting and advocating for Indigenous-led land management and food sovereignty through legislative advocacy, solidarity with other tribal nations, partnering with like-minded organizations, and direct engagement with decision makers in Washington, D.C. We are pursuing the codification into law of the roadless rule to protect our old and mature growth timber. We are resisting the reconciliation bill and the clear-cutting privatization of public land sales, and opposing the Fix Our Forest Act that leave old and mature growth vulnerable to yet again being unnecessarily logged. So rooted, excuse me, rooted in the strength of our matriarchs and guided by the traditional values and the courage of our warrior spirit, we stand united to defend our forests, our waters, and hakostiyi, our ways of life for generations to come. Gunachish achseyachi hashikuhas anikach. Thank you for hearing my words from my grandparents' land. And thank you for sharing your wisdom with me today. Gunachish, I'll hand it back to you, Osprey.
Oh, thank you so much, Yolanda. Wonderful to hear your words and feeling you coming all the way from your homelands in the Tongass rainforest. And just a few weeks ago, Yolanda and I were in Washington, D.C., as she mentioned, with other allies, talking to congressional leaders on Capitol Hill to really fight back against the different legislation that Yolanda mentioned, and also fighting for them to really put forward the Roadless Area Conservation Act, or RACA. It's time that we really codify this into law, that the roadless rule becomes law. And we can put our campaign about that into the chat so people can learn more about that, and to know that we are deeply engaged in this struggle and that we stand with you, Yolanda, and all the Indigenous women in the Tongass. Thank you so much for your courage and work. And with that, I'm very honored to bring into the conversation Yadira Oka-Guaje from Ecuador. You have the floor. Just a friendly reminder to use your interpretation button if you need it. Thank you, Yadira.
Deohip upayesi awaide kahewai y desarrolla kowaide quine y espacio y si kowaide panelista si awide si wakopaye no mi waide. Muy buenas tardes con todos. Me presento, soy Yadira de la nacionalidad Siecoman. Muy orgullosa y feliz de participar en este espacio que estamos hablando del cambio climático y cómo podemos enfrentar. Bueno, yo vengo de una nacionalidad minoritaria, aproximadamente en Ecuador somos 800 habitantes. Y al nivel de, habitamos en la selva de Perú y Putumayo, que es de Colombia, pero nosotros somos una sola nacionalidad. Y con eso yo vivo en el lado del Ecuador y lamentablemente en nuestro territorio está siendo amenazado por empresas extractivas que son petroleras y palmicultoras. Y lamentablemente en nuestro territorio está sufriendo, están llegando al pulmón del corazón. Las grandes empresas están llegando a nuestra casa, que es la selva, que es la Amazonía. Y eso nos preocupa. Y por eso nosotras como mujeres estamos buscando las alternativas para el bienestar de nuestros hijos, porque queremos que nuestros hijos conserven esa historia, que conserven nuestras memorias. Para eso estamos luchando y alzando la voz para este espacio y justamente para el bienestar. Y creo que el mundo tiene que escuchar que nosotros como pueblos indígenas y de la nacionalidad somos el pulmón, los que sustentamos la selva amazónica. Entonces, con esto quiero partir diciendo por qué es importante para nosotros la cerámica, la arcilla. Entonces, voy a partir sobre la historia de la cerámica Siecobain. La cerámica Siecobain tiene raíces ancestrales y se ha transmitido por generaciones. Nuestras cerámicas han sido presentes desde el inicio de nuestra cultura. En las ollas de barro y tiesto cocinaron nuestras abuelas para alimentar a nuestras familias. Y también en esas ollas de barro, nuestros grandes abuelos, grandes chamanes, tomaron yagé, el ayahuasca, para poder conectar y para poder cuidar el mundo, la selva. Para nosotros eso es fundamental. Por eso seguimos practicando eso como mujeres y también hemos formado las asociaciones, inspirando a otras comunidades para que sean, como decir, para unir esta fuerza, porque, o sea, si solo yo como Yadira quiero ejercer esto, quiero conservar, no voy a poder. Entonces tengo que invitar, tengo que animar a otras hermanas para juntar una sola, como se dicen, como el cabello es una sola. Entonces, cuando está solo se rompe fácil. Entonces, cuando se unen, nadie puede romper. Así somos las mujeres, como el cabello. Y básicamente, nosotros las mujeres estamos trabajando también en el tema de rescate cultural. Estas tradiciones estaba a punto de perder porque desde mi práctica personal me propuse seguir en el camino de mi abuela Jacinta, que en paz descanse. Rescaté la técnica e inspiré a otras mujeres para unirnos y crear la Asociación de Mujeres. Entonces, desde ahí nace nuestra asociación que se llama Keñao, pero representa a la nacionalidad, buscando las mejores alternativas para nuestros hijos. Los principios de Keñao son trabajar en el tejido social comunitaria, fortalecer la cultura a través de la cerámica, realizando actividades de conservación, restauración y uso sostenible de los recursos. También la arcilla está en el bosque, por eso también tenemos que conservar nuestro territorio. Una buena arcilla está en bosque bien cuidado. Las arcillas están en las orillas del río, en las quebradas, en los pantanos, y eso es una mejor arcilla para seguir tejiendo y elaborando. Las prácticas de la cerámica aportan al cuidado del bosque. También en estas actividades hemos hecho la restauración. Las orillas de los ríos y quebradas han sido deforestadas y erosionadas por efectos de los botes industriales, en la cual estaba mencionando de las grandes empresas extractivas, que son las petroleras, y siempre están navegando por nuestros ríos y destruyendo nuestra arcilla, erosionando, y por eso básicamente se están perdiendo la buena arcilla. Por eso es importante reforestar nuestras áreas y con los niños de la escuela hemos realizado esas actividades. Para restaurar estas orillas y áreas importantes de la comunidad, hemos hecho algunas actividades de reforestación con los niños de la escuelita, involucrando a la comunidad y con los profesores también y con los padres. También siempre buscamos la mejor manera de poder cuidar, porque nosotros somos una de las nacionalidades minoritarias, entonces tenemos que cuidar, pero ¿cómo? Siempre buscando la mejor manera y también hemos gestionado energía comunitaria, lo cual hemos hecho sistemas de paneles solares con nuestras instalaciones con nuestros aliados, en este caso como Asociación de Keñao. Desarrollamos sistemas eficientes de cocinas con leñas. Como yo fui becaria de conservación internacional en el programa de mujeres lideresas, ahí propuse un pequeño proyecto para aportar para las abuelas, porque lamentablemente en estos tiempos estamos olvidando de los abuelos, pero con este proyecto ayudamos a los abuelitos de la comunidad de Remolino para tener estas cocinas eficientes, para que no dependan del gas industrial que se cocina básicamente. Y también hemos hecho como mujeres siempre estamos buscando las alternativas. También hemos hecho como impulsando a nuestra comunidad, viendo la otra forma de construir una canoa. Hemos hecho canoa de madera al principio cuando empezamos con Keñao. Y fue una de las cosas que hemos compartido en esos espacios con nuestros esposos, con nuestra familia y con la comunidad, con los niños, construyendo una canoa. y ya que también eso se estaba perdiendo. También la arcilla también la arcilla es muy importante conservar y también cómo involucramos con la educación. Las prácticas culturales Siecobain son actividades milenarias y cotidianas basadas en el uso racional de los bienes y recursos naturales provenientes del bosque. Los sitios donde existen arcillas son áreas que deben estar en buen estado de conservación. Cuando estos sitios son deforestados, por ejemplo, las orillas de los ríos, la arcilla se pierde, ya la sedimentación y los deslaves tapan al depósito de la arcilla. La arcilla tiene una íntima relación con el agua quebrada. Donde hay buena arcilla, tienen agua de excelente calidad. Por tanto, son bioindicadores de la salud del bosque. Todos los resultados de nuestras actividades llevan a la escuela. También los usos sostenibles de esos recursos naturales, todos provienen del bosque. La arcilla, que se llama, en nuestro idioma se llama osotó. También hay varios colores de la arcilla: osotó, masotó, anacasotó. Y todo lo que moldeamos, hay, huahue, todos son de la selva. Yaso, que es la mezcla para la arcilla. Y tintes, todos provenientes de nuestras selvas, los bruñidores, que son la piedrita para sellar los poros para que no salga, no filtre el agua, los pinceles que están hechos de cabellos de cada mujer. A través de sus pinturas, a través de sus pinceles de cabello, ellas reflejan su energía, transmiten su conocimiento ancestral a sus piezas de cerámicas que serán servidas a su familia, a la comunidad y a otros. También la arcilla, nuestro pueblo tradicionalmente es un pueblo de caminantes. Estas condiciones nos permitió tener un amplio territorio donde nos asentábamos, el mismo que iba desde el río Caquetá, incluía río Putumayo, Napo, Aguarico, hasta el río Algodón, en los que hoy Colombia, Ecuador y Perú, a cualquier nuevo asentamiento que llegamos, lo primero que buscábamos eran buenas arcillas, suelos, nuestros alimentos y plantas sagradas y nuestra arcilla. Mi abuela Señor o Jacinta me contó que hace muchos años, apenas llegamos al Secoya Remolino, mi comunidad, ella encontró una quebrada que le llamó Huehuetostosiaya. Entonces, donde había buena arcilla, ella decía, donde hay buena arcilla, hay un buen lugar para vivir, es seguro para criar a nuestros hijos. Entonces, ¿cómo la cerámica y la salud se cuida con la mujer? ¿Cómo tiene un vínculo? Entonces, la elaboración de la cerámica es una actividad y una relación orgánica entre el cuerpo y la alfarera y el cuerpo de la arcilla. La alfarera usa todos los sentidos para tejer y dar forma a la arcilla. La arcilla, entonces es muy importante esto de la arcilla porque cada mujer pone su energía en cada una de las piezas. Entonces, por eso nuestras piezas son únicas. Cada una de nuestras, de lo que elaboramos las mujeres Siecobain son únicos y cada uno transmite su energía, como la mujer involucra a eso. Y también por eso son importantes las simbologías. Los patrones reflejan la cosmovisión, la naturaleza y la identidad cultural del pueblo. Y también con esto quiero partir para nosotros. Es muy importante cuidar nuestra selva, porque ¿qué vamos a hacer si nosotros no cuidamos nuestra gran selva, que es nuestra casa? Si no cuidamos, ¿qué vamos a dar? ¿Qué futuro le vamos a dar a nuestros hijos? Todo lo que hemos trabajado es a pulso porque queremos que nuestra gente, queremos que vengan más personas que conozcan nuestro trabajo y que conozcan la lucha de la nacionalidad Siecobain. Justo en estos tiempos estamos recuperando nuestro territorio ancestral, que es Lagartococha. Allá está el ombligo de nuestros abuelos. Ahí está, como decir, buena arcilla, es el origen. Cada uno de nuestras lagunas tiene el nombre que pusieron nuestros abuelos. Y allá están los huesos, como dice, el útero y el sangrado que dejaron al parir nuestros abuelos. Y con esto quiero partir y dejar un mensaje de decir que como una nacionalidad, que como mujeres que estamos sumando a esta lucha, unamos nuestras fuerzas y alcemos solo una voz de cuidar nuestra madre selva, que es la Amazonía, y buscar las mejores alternativas para las mujeres, porque las mujeres somos unas. Somos uno solo, no importa de qué país, de qué mundo escuchen. Siempre estamos buscando la mejor manera de poder conservar y cuidar y unir nuestras voces para seguir en esto, para dar un mejor futuro para nuestros hijos, pero también buscando las nuevas alternativas. Entonces, muchas gracias. Veo.
Thank you so much, Yadira, and for sharing all those beautiful stories from your homelands. We really appreciate you joining us. And I want to thank all of the presenters who spoke about forests today and how incredibly important they are to climate solutions and biodiversity protection and our very web of life. Thank you all for your incredible work around forests, and I know we're going to continue to be working together for many years to come. And we wish you all the best in your campaigns and your efforts and protecting your rights. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to now, with deep admiration, welcome this outstanding group of leaders for our next panel, Feminist Frameworks for Global Climate Justice, and thank all of our speakers for your leadership in this urgent fight for justice. To truly meet the climate crisis at its roots and at the scale and depth it demands, we need bold systemic policies that cut across every sector of society, grounded in feminist principles and unwavering in commitment to dismantling historic systems of oppression. This crisis didn't emerge out of nowhere. It's the direct result of deeply entrenched interlocking systems, as we've been talking about, of capitalism, resource extraction, imperialism, labor exploitation, colonialism, and patriarchy. And tackling the climate emergency means bringing coherence across all policy sectors and centering those most impacted. So when we interrogate these root causes, we see that women in all their diversity are bearing the brunt of this crisis. Why? Because their basic rights continue to be denied, ignored, or rolled back across the globe. And just ahead of this year's International Women's Day, this year, the UN released a report showing that 1 in 4 countries is experiencing a backlash against women's rights, with the Secretary General warning that women's rights are under siege by patriarchal institutions and governments. So let's also be clear that Indigenous women, Black and Brown women, and women from the Global South carry the heaviest weight of all. Yet time and time again, it's their very communities who are showing us a way forward. And despite immense odds, despite systemic violence and disregard, women, feminists, and gender diverse people are rising up. We are already crafting, practicing, and leading with solutions that are so desperately needed, as we've been hearing about already since this assembly began. And with that, it's my honor to introduce these remarkable group of feminist climate justice leaders. First, we'll be hearing from Noeline Nabulivo, who is Dravovalu, Naseva, and Kadeavu. Noeline is the Executive Director of DIVA for Equality and Movement-Led Committee Pacific Islands Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice from Fiji. Then we'll be hearing from Dipti Bhatnagar, from the Commission Project in Mozambique. And then Adenike, who is Adenike Tidilop Oladuso. She is the Executive Director of I Lead Climate Action Initiative from Nigeria. Then we'll be hearing from Bridget Burns, the Director of Women's Environment and Development Organization in the US. Then from Sydney Weisner, Executive Director, Grassroots Global Justice Alliance from the US. And then wrapping it up, Sasha Galbazon, who is the Executive Director of Women Engage for a Common Future from the Netherlands. And what an incredible powerhouse we have here. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you, Noeline. Thank you so much for being with us. Do we have Noeline here? Okay. Noeline is not online yet, and we'll work to get her online. So I'm going to hand the floor over to you, Dipti. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for this invite. So lovely to be with all of you today. My name is Deepthi Bhatnagar. I work with the Commission Project, and I'm a volunteer for Justiça Ambiental in Mozambique. I'll talk a little bit about the work of both of these organizations. So the Commission Project is basically looking at what are the barriers to fossil fuel phase out. We know that we need to phase out fossil fuels. It's destroying communities on the ground. It's causing conflict, militarization, and insecurity in so many places. It's deepening the indebtedness of so many of our countries. And at the same time, it's causing climate change in ways that are also harming our own countries. Mozambique is one of the countries most affected by the ravages of the climate crisis. So what we've been doing is having conversations with people across the world from different sectors to look at what are the barriers to fossil fuel phase out. Let's actually have this conversation in all of its depth. Let's target the international financial architecture as a barrier to the fossil fuel phase out, meaning that when Ecuador votes, when the people of Ecuador vote to say stop drilling in the ITT block of Yasuni Park, and Moody's credit rating agency downgrades Ecuador's credit rating, that is a barrier to the phase out. When Mozambique has the highest ISDS burden in the world. That means the investor-state dispute settlement, which is a mechanism by which companies take our countries to court. Mozambique's ISDS burden is up to $30 billion. If Total, the multinational fossil fuel company from France, decides to take Mozambique to court, the bill will be about $30 billion. This is an absolute travesty. This is a barrier to the phase out. So we've been looking at what are the different barriers and what are the bridges that we need to build to be able to get over those barriers. Friends, sisters, brothers, I've just come from Bonn, from the intersessional. I'm sure some of you have been there or your colleagues have been there. It is becoming increasingly depressing of a space. It's amazing to be with our sisters, to be with our colleagues and comrades there, but it's getting increasingly depressing because we are wondering how that space is going to actually deliver for what it needs to. With the current global geopolitics, we're seeing multilateralism in great crisis. And multilateralism is the best that we have at the moment as global South peoples, as global South countries, because at least our countries can raise that flag and say, hey, I want to speak. Togo, I want to speak. Vietnam, I want to speak. Ecuador, I want to speak. And there is a voice. That multilateral space is getting harder and harder for us to be able to hold accountable. And of course, we use all terrains of struggle. We continue to struggle there. We continue to struggle at every single terrain that we can use to be able to push back on all of these systems. So one of the things that we're doing at the Commission Project is trying to understand what is it? What are these conversations that we need to be having? In this time, with this current global geopolitics, it feels like we need to be able to strengthen our own unities. We need to be able to see each other, to be able to have those deep conversations, and to be able to hold each other and say, this is getting increasingly depressing. What do we do? What feels like the way out? So that's what we're trying to do. We've held about 1,700 conversations with people across the world in the last 2 years, talking about what are the barriers to fossil fuel phase out and how can we move ahead. And this is what I love doing this. This is my work. I want to continue doing this. What does that mean? What does that look like? It means bringing along doctors and health professionals. Oh my goodness, somebody's saying there's no sound. Is everything okay? Everything's fine? Okay.
Yes, everything is fine. There might be some issues with a few people. We will work to fix it. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So what does it mean? These conversations mean bringing doctors and health professionals together who are increasingly speaking out about the health harms of fossil fuels, what fossil fuels are doing to our people's bodies, to the air, to the soil, to the water, the things that actually keep us alive. I will speak slower for the translators. Thank you for that reminder. It means bringing in trade unions. It means bringing in our worker friends along with us whose livelihoods depend on fossil fuels in so many cases. How do we together build those pathways that those communities whose bodies and communities are also being destroyed by fossil fuels, how does that look like, bringing them together? We need feminists in the room. We need feminist economists in the room, very, very specifically, who bring in the element of valuing care work in our systems, in our economies. We need lawyers, we need affected peoples, of course, we need the indigenous peoples. Also those who are fighting disinformation, those who are fighting how AI and big tech, the big tech broligarchs. I have a connection with the San Francisco Bay Area. Every time I visit, I am more and more horrified by how much power and money the big tech broligarchs, and they are mostly men, are wielding in today's date. And I'll come back on one specific point about the big tech broligarchs. But all of these conversations about fossil fuel phase out is what we need to be having. One point about we are always fighting for rights-based struggles, right to energy, right to food, right to clean water, right to sanitation, right to communication, right to transport, rights for our peoples to have rights over the things, the basic things that we need to keep ourselves alive. At the same time, you have billionaires like Peter Thiel from South Africa. We, of course, know some other white South Africans who are creating havoc in the world currently. Peter Thiel and company go to Honduras, go to an island in Honduras and try and create a private city over there. And what do? When the local people start to protest, what do? They switch off their energy and water. We are fighting for rights for people because we know that they are going to weaponize those very rights, those very basic things, food, water, shelter, that our people need to stay alive. They're going to weaponize it. That's why we need to fight. Really quickly, Justiça Ambiental is my home organization in Mozambique. We are hosting the 9th Maputo workshop on corporate impunity and human rights. This is happening the week of the 28th of July. I would welcome all of you to come through. We'll be talking about Pan-Africanism, but also connecting it to the whole world. The work that we're doing in Mozambique, fighting against gas, the Cabo Delgado project, where so much horrific stuff has happened, fighting against coal and dams, but also building. My partner at the moment is in Mabu Forest, which is the last remaining mid-altitude rainforest in central Mozambique. They're working with the community, local bioconstruction methods to construct a school for the community there. There is so much beautiful stuff happening in our communities. There's the resistance work, there's the transformation work. All of it is happening, and it's just wonderful to be here and to be able to share all of this with you and to be able to hear about all of your work. And yes, I welcome you to come to Mozambique, 28th of July. I'll drop a link in the chat, what that's about. Thank you so much. Wonderful to be here.
Thank you so much, Dipti. Thank you for your leadership, amazing work that you're doing, and thank you for your powerful comments. And, it is so important that we keep fighting the bad, if you will, and building the good. And you really demonstrated that so well in your comments and really helping us to focus what is so important at this time. Thank you so much for your work and inviting us to Mozambique. We'll all go there. And now I would like to bring Noeline Nabulivu. I believe we have her back on with us. Yes. Okay. Noeline, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Osprey and everyone. I have some slides, but before I move to those, just to say, what you love, you fight for. And this is my island of Kandavu. And that's why I do the work I do. I do the work for the planet, but really it is about what's happening to my home. I'd like to move to the second slide if I can, and then we'll just go straight through and I'll speak to the slides. Thank you. Are those ready? Thank you. Just the second slide, yeah. And we'll move fairly quickly, so I'll just keep making this movement as we go. I really wanted to just start by saying we're Pacific feminists defending the living planet. And it really started with a small group of us who were really, really clear that we had to work on issues that we're dealing with on a daily basis in our own place. So if you look at, you know, in the Pacific, we have double the global rates of violence against women and girls. We have many of the challenges that are about Pacific women and gender non-binary people and all our communities that are trying to negotiate in our diverse bodies, in our intersectional bodies, with fluidity and change, and trying to do it in a quarter of the world's surface, you know, in an oceanic continent that's the largest in the world with 22 island states and territories. And that's sometimes very difficult for us to feel, one, located with each other, to feel the solidarity when we have, you know, 60 years of genocidal experiences of the women in West Papua. We still have some of the remaining colonies in the world. We have so many issues of militarism in Hawaii, for instance, and just a whole range of issues that women are dealing with every day. So I wanted to show that that's happening, but also our connections throughout the local, the national, the regional, and the global as feminists is so incredibly important. And that's why you can see that, you know, at CSW 68, for instance, we were there, as we are in so many of the multilateral processes, but also beyond the reach of the state, to be saying that, you know, these social movements with WECAN and We Do and so many of the social movements that have been here throughout the world in the past decades and really centuries, that women have been finding ways to work with each other. Next slide, thank you. And I mean, this urgency that we find ourselves in, you know, it doesn't matter. Thank you, Dipti, and to hear, you know, the amount of work that's going on around the world is always just a wonderful thing for feminists to be able to assure each other that this work is ongoing and fierce and strong. And for us, it's about this issue of, you know, the changes that we can see from the local to the global and back, and the fact that already we know that we've crossed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries, and that we're thinking that the next will be ocean acidification, which takes us into a whole new set of worries in terms of the ocean and cryosphere, which we already know is a problem. We know that by 2050, we're likely to see more plastic than fish in our oceans. And for Pacific people, as with people all around the world, this is a really worrying time, a time of ecocide. And often we still see these platforms and sets of initiatives that look like they're not acknowledging the fact that we've put so much pressure on our living planet, and that we need to move and to break and to build in very, very different ways, and with an urgency that, you know, is exponential from where we've been in the past decades. I'll just move to the next slide. One of the wonderful things that we've been trying to do is also to change our own headspace, you know, before we are going out into the world and sharing our sets of work that we're doing, is that we've got to be really conscious of the fact that every individual matters, not just in terms of the struggle, but being able to affirm that our gender and our intersectionality, the multiple identities and the powers that we have are really important in our work, and that both the everyday, the material realities of every day matter, as do the systems, and that we can't survive without an intact ecosphere. You know, 3 minutes without breath and we're done. 3 days without water and we're done. 3 weeks without food and we're done. We're biological creatures, as are all of these wonderful species around the world. 200 species a day are becoming extinct, and we're doing that. We are the cause of that. So we are hurting ourselves, but also so many other species around the planet. And one of the things that we're spending a lot of time with each other on talking about and thinking through and integrating into our praxis is this return to the cycle of life, and being able to do it in a feminist way, because we know these energy flows, and we know the way that you know, the planetary boundaries occur, but often we live our lives as if that wasn't the case. And one of the things that we're trying to do in the Pacific feminist community of practice is to say it's really important that we change our own head and heart and our praxis. Because we now have the ability to irrevocably affect our species and others. So can we defend the commons? Are we doing that in all our work as feminists? Next slide. And how we're doing that is we're talking about the actual structure and processes and content that we're using for our feminist activism. And there are pockets of this work that are connecting up all around the 22 island states and territories. That's looking at both our personal sets of, you know, the anti-coloniality and the anti-heteronormative practices that we've taken on from so many other places, and to hand them back and to say, we are reclaiming who it is to be Pacific feminists. We are reclaiming the notions of multiple forms of family. There are so many ways that we are trying to reconstruct the way that we are in the world, of the world, and move in the world. And so we're using a praxis that is circular and spiral. And the reason why we talk about this is because it is revolutionary. If you have people who say you only are important in the work of climate or of gender justice because you have, you know, some letters after your name, we are rejecting that outright, and we are being very, very clear on how we put forward our expertise and doing it in a very deliberate way. So when we say that we are the experts, we are absolutely clear on why we are doing that. That there is a lot of fluidity and flexibility in the work that we ourselves do within the Pacific, and that we are overall moving from this idea that is very neoliberal and capitalist. And as you heard from Dipti, you know, that this idea that because you have this paper money, that you are, you know, that you rule, you have a might is right, and you can rule the world. So moving from an ego to an eco space. And this idea of sovereignty is very, very important in that. And the work of First Nations within Australia and within the Pacific states is very important, because we have a lot of countries like Australia, New Zealand, and the EU and the US and others who are, you know, speaking to us as if they are gender champions, but at the same time doing these horrific things around the world. We know that historically, but we are speaking out loudly about it in ways that we never have before. Next slide. And one of that is about this negotiation between holding what it is that is beautiful and ecologically balanced and sound, and talking about the fact that we are always in an ever-changing fluidity. Because in our region, often the work will stop, not because of outsiders, but because we ourselves from the Pacific are telling ourselves that we have to hold on tightly to who we are as Indigenous peoples of the Pacific, but without talking about the fact that there is always room for change. Next slide. And that we can use our power, and that we can negotiate. And feminists, we know, have always been very good at this work around hierarchical power and democratic power, and how we work on issues of personal and collective. And we in small island states, I think we are very good at that, and we should take that knowledge and experience and expertise out into the world. Just as we gain from others, we insist now that we are being listened to as well. Next slide. I'm going to move faster now, and just to say this work on feminist embodied praxis and on intersectionality and interlinkage is very important, and the knowledge that we have within the feminist movement. If you look at some of our interlinkage analysis from Dawn, for instance, from Development Alternatives with Women for a New Era, there are ways that we can embed that knowledge and praxis. And I really want to encourage people not to go to just the mainstream, you know, development, maldevelopment ideas and praxis, but to look within our movements for what is strong and true and can help us in these urgent ecocidal times. Next slide. The vanua protects us. that which is us and where we are clear that there's never been a separation between humans and Vanua and Whenua is very important. The Whangarai River on the west coast of North Island, New Zealand is now protected as a living being. And we have Wales where our chiefs from 3 countries have already come together and said they are now protected as living beings with rights. And we work on the concept of nature, and our states are starting to do that now, but so much are feminists at the center of this praxis. How can I be less than you when I am a mighty ocean, when I am the Wansawara, when I am the Wasawasa, and that which joins us around the world in the ocean? So we refuse that idea that we can accept any forms of gender-based violence and any forms that kill ourselves, other species, and the living planet. Next slide. Very quickly, just to I won't talk about this one, but just to say that there are calls for defense that come from who we are, from where we are. And we insist that others are doing that work with us from these deliberate calls that we're making from social movements, including feminist movements. Keep moving, please. And then just keep scrolling through these slides. There are sets of work that are around water and sanitation, that are about the water tanks that are required, that are about making sure that we're pushing back against the Fukushima nuclear wastewater in the Pacific Ocean, and seeing that as both gender justice work, but also as ecological justice work. This is my village where they're building a new bridge. There is all kinds of work that is happening every day, as Dipti has already talked about. Keep going. And that we are building many of these things on the back of neo-colonial structures, and that as we build, we have to break. There are sets of work that we're doing in different multilateral structures, and we refuse to put those down, even though there is such pressure now. Please come to the Women Deliver conference that is next year here in Melbourne, in Naarm. I am the chair of the regional committee on that. We have 17 demands, and we will be releasing that. This is just a look at them so that you see that part of what we are doing is trying to be much more clear and coherent about the things that we require, not just of ourselves, but of you all and of the feminist movement. So thank you for the opportunity to do this. I hope I haven't gone over time. Thanks so very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noeline, for that powerful presentation. As always, so much information in all of those slides. I'm sure we could have spent the day with you. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the knowledge that you're carrying. And also, I have to say, I love your fierce insistence of coming into your space. And we need to be doing that. And I love that you're taking up space. Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to be hearing from Adenike. You have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you so very much. So I'm excited to join this event and to share the realities, my work on climate advocacy, and also as an eco-feminist. And so I'm the founder of I Lead Climate Action Initiative from Nigeria. And one of our works include the fact that spotlighting women and also supporting women with resources, that we need to bridge effort towards achieving equality. And one of those several realities of how climate change is impacting women in Nigeria is the fact that once there is drought, women tend to walk farther. That is a longer distance to get water. And so it could take several kilometers. And so over time, as a climate researcher as well, I find out that women spend 40 billion hours in a year to search for water in sub-Saharan Africa. So that 40 billion hours in a year, when it was estimated, we find out that it's the amount of hour that the working force in the US spend on productive activities that women in Africa waste on trying to get water and the source for firewood and other things. And so there's the time poverty of trying to look for those resources. So imagine that 40 billion hours is put into use towards environmental protection, or even as a care work, their time is also being compensated. It would have helped to enhance progresses in achieving climate justice and also help to achieve several goals that women have in the society. So that is one issue that we are faced with, and the impact of how climate change is to women. And as well, why I call myself an eco-feminist is also from the fact that young girls, once there is drought and flood, young girls are given out in marriage as a survival strategy to deal with the harsh condition of the climate crisis. Because one thing is that when the flood comes, it sweeps away the farmers' land, and then it takes away their livelihoods. And then the young girls are being given out because in return, they get money for the family to take care of the family. And so those young girls fall victims of their rights being deprived to go to school or even have access to become change makers in their society. So these are things I see every day, and I've also been the reality of me trying to walk several distance to get water and at the same time affect education and even other rights in the society. And so when I look at this reality, I see a reflection in it, and I see there is a need for us to act on these realities. And also the third point for me is the fact that women in my society or my community doesn't have the right to own a land. So because we're in a patriarchal kind of society, they say land to be owned by male. And so without having access to own a land, women are deprived of resources. For example, resources that they need to grow their agricultural farms or even own a land of their own. And so because women that doesn't have that land, it affects agricultural productivity. And that was why when I started with the fact that at I Lead Climate, what we are trying to do is to bridge those resource gap in order to achieve gender equality through an eco-feminist pathway. And so over time, when we have done this, we're giving women access to resources such as land, organic fertilizer, indigenous seedlings. We have seen that it has helped to multiply productivity. And over 100,000 women has benefited from different communities. And we've seen increase in productivity of such kind of women in the society. So this is the kind of eco-feminist pathway that we're trying to create, where women have those platforms, those safe space for healing, to become the true custodian of the environment and to also become change makers in their society. Because I know women have those change making agent, ability, and we also have the indigenous knowledge. But sometimes, or most times, or all the times, we lack those platforms that we need to carry out those activities. So those are the platforms that I'm trying to create to see that women have that gap or those distance that, those resources that we have to bridge the gap. And another fourth reason is the fact that the non-climatic factors. So most times we talk about the climatic factors of flood, drought affecting women. Sometimes the non-climatic factors, such as the kind of tradition that affects women towards participating, because some tradition, they believe that women should stay behind, behind the scene and not to do some other things. But then over time, when we've engaged with policymakers, when we've engaged with traditional rulers, we've tried to educate them. Because I believe that if you don't know that a problem exists, you can't solve it. And so those are my points of coming to the fact that bringing this problem or trying to address this problem is something that we could do to solve those issues. And so that is why I'm working with different women from different communities. And if you could also check our recent coverage by ZDF. It's a German media that came to Nigeria. They showcase our work in the field and how we are engaging with these women and how they are also telling their stories. And so these are things that we are trying to find solutions. And so one of our latest or newest form of initiative is how we want to integrate women towards using the GIS. So the GIS is a remote sensing kind of technology that will help women to cut down the number of hours being used to get water or firewood. And so beating that time, that number of hours would also help to solve the time poverty. And as well, having access to energy, such as renewables, is also one thing that we're also trying to do in order to beat the energy poverty. And so we always see women bearing those brunt of this crisis. And we are also trying to see how we could address those in Nigeria and even across the world. And so that is why solidarity like this or this kind of platform is a way we could connect with other women, the different initiatives that we are doing and how we could learn with each other. So I saw that my time is up. And so as well, I also in 2018, I created a platform called thewomenandcrisis.com, where I've written different articles on those intersection or intersectionality of women and the climate crisis, and why I am an eco-feminist and why I'm also leading this movement strongly in Africa to see that more women becomes change makers and to also showcase how the climate crisis is affecting women, because sometimes people doesn't see those clear problems in the society until when it is figured out. So those are issues that we are trying to work on and also bringing different initiative on board as well. So I see that my time is up. So if you have questions, I'm happy to receive it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adenike. That was really an amazing presentation. And thank you for the incredible work that you're doing and also the connections that you're making. And there's so much we could talk about, but I just really admire the work that you're doing and also, really understanding this huge issue of women not having land rights and how deep that is. There's many things you said, but I just wanted to also spotlight, again, this the fact of the intersectionality of these patriarchal institutions and women not having rights and how deep that is and affects everything. So thank you for pointing that out, amongst many other things. And with that, I'd love to hand the floor now to Bridget Burns.
Thank you so much, Osprey. Thank you to everyone who's gone before. It's a beautiful panel to be on and space to be in with so many people that I have learned from and that I admire. And really building off of Adenike and this work of the powerful work of creating platforms where we can build power together, build power in solidarity and be in collective is both the story of my organization, the Women's Environment and Development Organization, and one of the things I think is fundamental to feminist climate justice and advocacy at this intersection. And it's wonderful to come after, it's always intimidating, but wonderful to come after Dipti and Noeline, who are both pointing out, doing in the deeply feminist way, both what it is to tell the truth about the crises that we're facing. And it reminds me of this quote, that the earth is dying. It isn't dying, it's being killed, and those who are killing it have names and addresses. And I feel like feminists do a good job at speaking that truth, but then also to Noeline in reminding us about the spirit in which we think about the world and the alternatives to the current societies and systems that we have is not just our vision for an alternative world, but it's also a vision for the way in which we organize with each other and the way in which we show up in spaces. And I think this beautiful narrative weaving of telling the truth, of understanding how we are connected, and seeing examples like Adeniki of how we are building platforms and spaces for people to come together. And WeDo has been working for over 35 years in trying to build collectives using the space of multilateralism. And for the last decade or so, with so many of you have been engaging, for example, in the COP space, in the climate space. I also just came back from Bonn in a space that is not feminist whatsoever. It's incredibly challenging. And not only are we facing a growing backlash against gender equality as a whole, in movements as a whole, in multilateralism, but there's also an insidious and troubling challenge of the decision makers who see gender as a box to check and not a framework for justice. And I think when we come together and when we talk about what is a global feminist analysis and a framework for climate change, I started to think about three fundamental shifts that make this not just about how do we ensure women are included in climate action, which is critical and important, but not enough of an analysis of what we're calling for in a feminist analysis of system change. But what are some of the fundamental shifts that we're calling for? This is looking at a shift from vulnerability to power. We are recognizing women in all their diversity, especially Indigenous women. Women in the global majority are not passive victims of climate change. And we say it all the time. We write about it, we talk about it, and yet in global policy spaces, it's still often the entry point for people making these connections between climate change and women's rights, starting from this assessment of women as vulnerable and still passive victims. And feminist frameworks for climate justice don't just highlight the leadership of women, they resource it, they protect it, and they center it. And I think that's how we lead our advocacy as we do, but also framed in the collective advocacy of the women and gender constituency, for example, in the UNFCCC. It's very much about moving from technocratic fixes to systemic transformation. We know that climate is not a standalone crisis. We just had a press conference as the women and gender constituency on why Palestine is a feminist issue. It's a climate justice issue. It understands the interconnectedness of economies, of health, migration, food systems, militarism, and we know that's why our solutions must be intersectional and targeted. And then I think the third area is that we understand we're moving from extractive to regenerative futures. We have to rethink our relationship to land, to labor, and to life itself, and to resist a push for green growth that can sometimes be packaged in women's leadership, often in climate action. And so we try to be very distinctly feminist in the way that we are pushing for climate justice and bring that analysis into spaces like the UNFCCC. And it means that when we're engaging in things like the Gender Action Plan, we are pushing for intersectionality. We're pushing for more than just token performativity. We're trying to create policies that are not siloed. We're making sure folks understand that our advocacy is not just adding women and stirring, that it is about accessible climate finance and also shifting the flows of finance in general to divest from harm to be able to invest in care. And it's standing side by side with our siblings and Indigenous peoples to reject false solutions around carbon offsets and to uphold and those factors that are upholding corporate impunity. Maybe in terms of where would conclude this, because I know we're running short on time, I think that in this moment, those of us who are pushing for this systemic analysis need to push for and have ourselves political courage to continue to challenge militarized, market-driven solutions, to continue to push for resources that match the scale of the work needed, not just small one-off pilot women-led projects around environment, but long-term flexible projects that build power at the roots. And that means truly systemic work on how we move money and how we divest money from where it is causing harm. And then finally, I think it requires the deepest level of solidarity. I think at the heart of climate justice lies global feminist solidarity, not as a slogan, but a living, breathing practice. I think it's the connective tissue between movements resisting extractivism in the Amazon, rebuilding in the Pacific, as we saw from Noeline, or organizing in, communities in the Bronx or in Nairobi. It's an ecosystem rooted in care, nourished by our interdependence, and resilient by design in the face of patriarchy, white supremacy, colonial capitalism, and the genocidal erasure of people and lands. We have to be telling the truth, holding each other together, going into spaces of power and rebuilding and reshaping that power. And I think with that framework in spaces like this, it gives us the opportunity and the hope to challenge this very, very challenging time we're in and this very oppressive system in which we are working.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Really appreciate your comments and framing, and also for being at Bonn. Really, really excellent remarks. And yeah, I think I just wanted to note too how important it is that we have spaces that we do as creating, and the women and gender constituency and all of the speakers that are here today throughout these panels, that we do create our own space, because we do need to collect our own power. We have solutions, we have an analysis as feminists that is needed around the world that has been missing due to gender inequality and due to patriarchy. And so, yeah, I really love the framing that you offered, that it needs to be really a framework that is across all sectors. We need to quit being siloed. And I want, maybe at the end, Bridget, I'd love to come back to you, because we do know on one little data point that's important around knowing that the COP30 presidency shared the COP30 action agenda on June 20th during Bonn, and there was no mention of gender commitments out of the 30 points that they made, which we find really outrageous, especially since this is a big year for the Gender Action Plan. So maybe we'll catch you at the end of this just to get an update on that. And with that, I would love to now invite Cindy Weisner to join us. Thank you so much for joining us, Cindy. Cindy, I think you need to put your mute.
I'm good. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
yeah. Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. First of all, just want to greetings, saludos to WECAN, the sisters and kinfolk on this panel, and all the compañeros attending. My name is Cindy Weisner. I'm with Grassroots Global Justice Alliance here on Turtle Island in the US. And, I can't start today without actually just mentioning what is happening, particularly Trump's regime illegally attacking Iran this weekend, throwing us into potentially a new imperialist war that we know will lead to more death, more devastation, more destruction for people in the MENA region in the Southwest Asia, but also for people here in the US, and making that connection that we know that the big winners here are the weapons industry, and also that we know that at this moment, there's just also a huge level of calling on our elected officials, on global leaders, not just here in the US, but globally, are really condemning, right? That we do not want a war on Iran, that we want to end the US-backed genocide in Palestine. We want a divestment from death and an investment in life. And, as we think about this moment, this political moment, and how we're understanding what's new, what are we facing, what are the threats, what are the opportunities, we need to think about that that the neoliberal consensus is cracking, and we are in an interregnum, right, where the far right is ascending, an ascending force, not just here in the US, but globally. And we're seeing the extremity of heteropatriarchy, new forms of colonialism tied to AI, artificial intelligence. We're seeing the last stage of capitalism, which is fascism, coming into a reality, and with more war, more militarization, more occupation, and an attack and a criminalization on dissent. And continued all through that, white supremacy, et cetera, right? And I think our movements have been building for a long time, right? And the feminist plural political subjects, right? The conscious forces have been building and rebuilding, right? Our popular movements of affected peoples around the world. And many of us all have been talking about for decades and constructing models and experiments on the ground, that some of them that have grown and blossomed and some of them that have failed. But we have this vision of what we call systemic alternatives, right? And an economy that centers life, that centers care, and that centers global well-being. For us at GGJ, we call it the fair economy. What we're fighting for is the fair economy, which is a feminist, anti-racist, regenerative economy. And I think that the main task and the main mandate for the movement for all of us, given this global context that we're in terms of this fight against global fascism, is that we need to take the task seriously of making the alternative visible in a very real and powerful and concrete way. I wanted to talk about to build on what what Bridget and others have talked about in terms of the road to Belém, right, in Brazil this November. And I think I want to share 3 key moments that we are involved in. Grassroots Global Justice is a member of the MAR, the movement of impacted people by dams, and there's going to be an international encounter right before the COP begins. And this is really trying to cohere and build an international movement of climate affected peoples. And this, we've been involved since 2019, and there's been a lot of work. And in fact, there on the continent in Africa, there will be an important gathering happening this weekend from the 26th through the 28th in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where 12 countries across the continent are going to come together to really do that intentional study alignment, but also international building and being able to articulate what is energy democracy look like? What does a just transition from a feminist point of view look like? And how do we keep building up and that articulation as impacted peoples? There's a second thing that is also important that the Brazilian social movements have been organizing for the past year and a half, and they've invited international social movements, which is doing the People Summit. And the entire summit is being organized around 6 convergence axes. One, to talk about living territories and popular and food sovereignty, around historical reparations, combating environmental racism and corporate power. Third axis is around just power and inclusive transition. The fourth is against oppressions for democracy and people's internationalism. The fifth is around just cities and living urban peripheries. And the sixth is around popular feminism and women's resistance in territories. And all of these 6 axes reflect our grassroots feminist politics and the movement alignment work that we've been doing and building together for so many years. And we will be present in all of the axes, but playing a role around the axis 4, which is really around the fight against the rise of fascism and in defense of our democracy. And given this moment, particularly that we're facing here in the US, but being in conversation and in dialogue around how are we going to fight, right? Not only the fascists in power, but also the techno-fascists, the bros, right? And how they're controlling our communities. That we know the interconnection about the development of AI needs water, needs resources. We will be seeing new forms of neocolonialism in the advances of technology. And then the third place that we have to pay attention to, and you heard our sisters that were in Bonn, right, is that there is the inside strategy of the COP30. that is a very contested terrain. And we've been saying for the last decade or more about how that terrain has been co-opted by the very polluters, right? By the very fossil fuel industry, by very folks that have actually are the people that we fight against. And it is full of contradictions, and every year, including this year, has those contradictions. But it's important as a contested space of struggle where we align our movements not only on the outside but also on the inside of this of the COP, where the civil society constituencies are clearer and more visible than ever, where we do side events, press conferences, actions, and where we try to speak with one voice about really lifting up the declaration that comes out of the People's Summit and really put forward the true demands of the popular movements. One of the most important things to come out of from our perspective is that our movements come out stronger. One, in the lead up through Belém, during Belém, but then afterwards, so that we can again be more clear about our mandate and what we're aligning around for the world that we're fighting for. So I'm going to close out that with our slogan is that we make the interconnections, right, around saying no war, no warming, but building a feminist, anti-racist, regenerative economy. And I want to thank WECAN and everyone who's on here, and looking forward to the questions.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Really appreciate your analysis and the comments you've made, and also to share with people all of the work that goes in by our movements before the COP has and that COP happens, so that outside these spaces of the COP, we're building power and our own analysis so that we do have interventions that are not business as usual, that really go up against these oppressive systems, and how critical it is that we keep ourselves collected, organizing, and moving together. And then also, as one piece of it, not the only piece of it, going into the COP with interventions, going to the COP very strong, so that we can, in fact, disrupt that space and bring new ideas and new visions that are so desperately needed in that space. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. And then the last speaker for this particular panel is Sasha Gabazon, and you have the floor, Sasha.
Wonderful to see you all. It's very late here in Bonn at the climate negotiations. I just arrived for the second week, and I'm Sasha Gabazon from Women Engaged for a Common Future. We are an eco-feminist network. We work in 70 countries with eco-feminist partners on gender justice, climate justice, toxic-free future. We're angry. We're very angry at what's happening. We're preparing, of course, for the climate COP30 in Belém. And as you all know, as we heard from all the previous speakers, the global situation is terrible, with a huge backlash against human rights, against climate justice. But this is a really important week because we are negotiating the Gender Action Plan, which needs to be approved by negotiators latest in Belém at COP30. And I don't know how much you know about this, but of course, for feminists, the key issues, like we heard from the previous speaker from Nigeria, that women's land rights are core to climate justice, that sexual and reproductive health and rights are core to climate justice, that fighting militarism, oil, gas, plastic pollution, nuclear corporations are feminist issues. And that's why we're making sure that these feminist issues are being discussed at the negotiations here in Bonn. Some countries are afraid. They're afraid of adding wording around SRHR, gender-based violence, and land rights for women, and women in all their diversity. So bringing an intersectional approach is something some of the countries are very scared about, and which we, of course, as feminists are pushing. yeah, we had the opportunity to have some of our feminists from the Global South speak to the delegates. And I just want to quote one of our colleagues from Pakistan, Hira, who told her story that she's from Pakistan and that they had these terrible floods linked to climate change in 2022, where 33 million people across the country lost their livelihoods and were vulnerabilized. And so Hira has been working with these communities, with the women, and for example, she's documenting these stories of how this impacts women's rights. For example, a girl of 14 who was married to a man, 4 times older than her, because her family had lost everything and they had a huge debt after the floodings. She was sold for $500 and was immediately pregnant. And there's even a term now for these young girls from after the floods. They're called monsoon brides. And there are apparently about 19 million of these young girls who have been, married off at extremely early age because of the terrible economic situation from the floods and the climate crisis in their country. And that's why, as feminists, we are trying to put issues like sexual and reproductive health and rights core and center in the Gender Action Plan for these negotiations leading up to the COP30 in Belém. So we are speaking to the negotiators. We're advancing feminist narratives and alternatives, working with the other movements, the other constituencies, the human rights movements, the climate movements, the fossil fuel-free activists. And of course, we're also promoting the alternatives and highlighting good practices. I don't know if you heard about that, but luckily things in some places are improving, like in Spain. For the first time ever, they had 100% production by renewable energy this April from wind, solar, and hydro. They even produced more than 100%, more than their own need. And this was the first time in the history of the country. And so energy transition is happening, and it can, be the only, it can be the narrative we as feminists also want to bring, but we are adding, of course, the mention and the notion that energy transition should be gender just. And we know that, we're saying energy transition should not be at the cost of indigenous peoples or African and African descendants, and we should not be applauding the huge expansion of electric cars with lithium batteries if at the same time we see that communities are being destroyed because of extractivism and mining for all these minerals which are necessary for the energy transition. And we need to make sure that energy transition is gender just, is climate just. We have to address and protect the environmental and human rights defenders. That's also language we're trying to get into the negotiation text for the Gender Action Plan. And we have to tell these stories. We had speakers here who are from Latin America, where lithium is being mined, where cobalt, copper, gold are being mined, and where the communities downstream are terribly polluted, for example, from mercury used in the gold mining, and babies are born with birth defects. And so, of course, we have to fight this unjust energy transition and address the pollution from these mining corporations and geoengineering corporations that try to also capture, tax funds, public funds in the form of climate funding to then, greenwash their activities and try to show them as climate friendly, but they are not. So we have to play a really important role here as as advocates for this gender just transition, and to divest from these large corporations, which are still based on this very extractivist, anti-human rights economic model. And instead we should be, and we are, promoting feminist climate solutions and gender just climate solutions. And in our organization, together with the Women and Gender Constituency, 10 years ago at COP21, we launched the Gender Just Climate Solutions program, where every year, from several hundreds of applications, 3 gender just solutions are awarded, and they're able to, the feminists who are leading these projects are able to come to the climate COP. They are, their projects are presented to the ministers and the high-level presenters. And then they form a network, and they've been working together and sharing good practices for the last 10 years. And we've also been crowdfunding for them. And this has been really, really inspiring. And I see that Osprey would like to tell me that my time is maybe getting close to up. I could continue for a long, long time more. But anyway, check it out. Currently, the call is open. So for Gender Just Climate Solutions 2025, go on the website of the Women and Gender Constituency, check it out, spread it in your networks. These are the type of solutions we need to fund with climate funding, and not the big corporations. And I hope to see many of you joining this network for feminist solutions. And back to you, Osprey.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sasha. And I know it's quite late there in Bonn, so I really appreciate you being with us and also, being on the ground and representing for so many of us. And I look forward to seeing you at COP30 in Berlin. I'm very sorry, but we're out of time and we need to go to our next panel because we're sort of rolling through the day here. What I would like to suggest, because I think there's such rich tendrils of information that are here, is we have put all the information about the presenters in the chat. And I really, really encourage folks to reach out to all of these amazing feminist leaders and their organizations, which again are in the chat, because I know there's so much more we could discuss, but this has been an extraordinary panel, and the work that is going on in this feminist climate justice space is critical to how we're going to dismantle structures that are not working and rebuild the world that we know is possible. And so, I wanted just to thank everyone. Maybe we could just have just a moment where everyone could be on screen again for just a moment. Jacqueline, if you could do like a gallery view, because I want to be able just to say a bit adieu to all these amazing women and gender diverse leaders before we head out to the next panel. Thank you all. Thank you for your work, and we continue on in solidarity.
Thank you, Osprey. Thank you all. Bye.
Bye. So we are now moving to another amazing group of leaders and a very critical topic. And I want to welcome this outstanding group of experts who are presenting on the panel called Climate Finance for Climate Justice. And you've been hearing many of the speakers so far today at some point talk about the economy and about finance, because this is so critical to how we're going to actually move the dial on our solutions. It's not the only factor, but it's really an essential one, and we have to face it straight on. So thank you to all the critical work that these leaders are doing. Climate finance is a component of achieving climate justice that we can't leave out. Global South countries often bear the brunt of climate-related disasters, as you've been hearing about, despite having contributed least to the global greenhouse gas emissions. Climate finance needs to address the transfer of funds from wealthier industrial nations who are the main polluters to support clean energy initiatives, disaster resilience, and advancement in more impacted regions. So this transfer of funds is a lot of what has been fought over at the COP and is going on as a conversation between countries ongoingly. But climate finance is not just about projects, it's also about addressing historical inequities and ensuring a fair distribution of climate burdens and benefits. And as we've seen, climate finance reflects deep global inequalities, making it one of the biggest fights in the climate justice movement. For climate finance to serve climate justice, it must be accessible, transparent, and aligned with the needs and priorities of frontline communities. And this includes prioritizing grants over loans. And this is a big topic, and it certainly was addressed very heavily at COP29 in Azerbaijan, where we're talking about the quality of the funds, because we don't want to create further burdens through debt to the global south. So we need to recognize the sovereignty of local decision-making and ensure that Indigenous people and marginalized groups have a voice in funding decisions, and that we move it to quality grants. I'm also so glad to introduce these esteemed panelists who can deepen our understanding of climate finance. And, again, this could be, an entire workshop for 3 days. So we'll get a taste from each of them, which I'm very thankful for. And we are also sharing in the chat a recent WECAN report on climate finance that centers a climate justice framework. Again, so in your own time, you can take time to sort of digest this conversation at other levels. So we'll be sharing that report as well. So in the order that we're going to be hearing from the speakers, first we'll be hearing from Mina Rahman, Head of Programs from the Third World Network from Malaysia. Then we'll be hearing from Bronwyn Tucker from the Global Public Finance Campaign. She is a co-manager of Oil Change International in Canada. Then we'll be hearing from Clelia Guerrero Garcia, Tax and Gender Justice Specialist from the Latin American and for the Caribbean Network for Social, Economic, and Environmental Justice. And she is from the organization Latindad from Ecuador. And then we'll be hearing from Gloria Majiga, who is a policy officer from Natural Resources and Sustainable Climate Finance Justice Network in Africa. And she is from Malawi. And I'm so honored to have all these experts here, and I can't wait to learn from all of you. And first, we'll be hearing from Mina. Please go ahead. You have the floor. Do we need a minute for Mina?
Thank you so much to WECAN for organizing this and having me on the panel. I am sorry that I'm not able to be there in person, but I hope this recording will actually lend voice to all the efforts that you all are putting. I just wanted to start with the COP in Baku, Azerbaijan, which, as many of you know, was billed as a finance COP, which was actually a big letdown with a very weak finance outcome. And some people called it a joke, some called it an insult. In fact, some developing countries said that. And particularly because they did not meet the needs of the developing countries, the final outcome. Others called it an optical illusion. So this was really something that was most disappointing. Now, given the current geopolitical turbulence and with the US exit, we can't really expect much from the official process, but we must do all we can to continue to demand climate finance for climate justice. Developed countries have argued that the new finance goal is premised on a mobilization only target, which is what for those of you who look at the Paris Agreement, it's what's embodied in Article 9.3 of the Paris Agreement, which is about developed countries taking the lead in the global effort to mobilize climate finance. Now, what's significant here is that they did not want to deal with the mandatory requirement to provide climate finance under Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement, which states very clearly that developed countries shall provide finance to developing countries for their mitigation and adaptation actions. Now, for those of us who follow the decisions, and these are international treaties, it's a shall obligation and it's mandatory. So we have to keep reminding the developed countries that this is a mandatory obligation which must be met and has to be complied with. And we are 10 years into the Paris Agreement, 2015, when Paris Agreement was signed. And yet there is this non-compliance of Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement. So this is critical for recognizing. And why did it come about? Why is there an obligation? And climate justice, from a climate justice lens, it's very clear that this was due to the recognition of the historical responsibility of developed countries for their historical emissions since the industrial era. Now, it is not charity. It is not overseas development assistance or development aid, but is based on the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibility. And this is the recognition of climate debt, which is a foundation of climate justice. Is the climate debt owed by the developed world for their overuse of the carbon budget to limit temperature rise. I think this is a very important notion, because this is about the recognition that developed countries have a greater responsibility due to history, particularly because of the overuse or the pumping of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which was unfettered. And that's how they grew rich, not because the developing world is stupid or incapable, but rather because of the history of colonization and all the systemic inequality that has given rise from the colonial era to post-colonialism. So we do need to acknowledge that this is the foundation of climate justice, and this is so important. Now, climate finance refers to grants and concessional loans. It is not about loans of a commercial kind that has to be repaid. That is really contrary to the climate finance definition. Until today, we don't have a climate finance definition, despite the efforts of developing countries, because the developed world says we can have climate finance defined in our own way, in whatever way we want. So this is really the problem. Now, it is clearly not a case of no money or a lack of money, but it's a case of lack of political will, as we all know, on the part of the developed world. Now, if there is a will, certainly there is a way. And the will not materialize on its own, as we all know, but it needs the pressure from social movements and civil society organizations. And of course, in the context of the mobilization of the funds, there have been many proposals forwarded from many quarters, including expert groups, civil society organizations, both inside and outside the climate space in the UNFCCC. It is in the United Nations through the International Financial Institutions Reform, in the Financing for Development, the Convention on Tax Justice. So a lot of efforts, and right now there is a Finance for Development happening.
I'm not sure exactly what happened there. So while our technical team is working on this, I'd like to bring Bronwyn and Tucker into the conversation.
Some of the
Bronwyn,
sources
can you please take
of
the
finance,
floor?
for instance, a lot of calls for removal of fossil fuel subsidies given to corporations, for levies on fossil fuel corporations for extraction, and also on windfall profits. For wealth tax on billionaires, a global minimum tax on billionaires equal to only 2% of their wealth would generate an estimated 200 to 250 billion per year. Now, this is actually quite significant. And if you add all the others, you can actually mobilize quite a bit. Then, of course, the financial transaction taxes, which many of us campaigned for, to curb speculative and excessive financial trading. And then there are also many calls for aviation and maritime levies because of the use of fossil fuels, and tax on luxury consumption and so on. So there are many ideas. It's not for a lack of proposals or ways of doing. Also, of course, there is a recognition that there needs to be reforms in the international financial institutions, including in addressing the debt crisis, from debt relief to sovereign debt restructuring mechanisms. They are not new calls, they're all old calls from before. Reforms related to the credit rating agencies, very, very critical, because in a climate context, when developing countries, for instance, I always give the case of Colombia, when the Minister of Environment of Colombia in Sharm el-Sheikh, it was actually in Dubai, when she actually said that when her president announced that Colombia is moving away from fossil fuels, immediately what happened was that the peso, their currency, actually was targeted, and the currency fell, it depreciated. And also, this was because of the credit rating agencies who then rated Colombia very badly. They downgraded Colombia's rating, which actually led to Colombia having to borrow a lot more in a commercial in the commercial market, which it cannot afford. So you see how the credit rating agencies, instead of actually enabling a country which wants to do the right thing, the policy coherence goes in the long way. There's no policy coherence. In other words, the international financial architecture is not suited for the kind of demands that we are asking for. So we can't just concentrate in the UNFCCC. We have to fight on all fronts. And this is why we also do need to acknowledge that there is the need for systemic reforms, and there is no shortage of these proposals. So we must keep pushing. And it's you are called We Can. I mean, I don't mean to sound cheesy, but it's about we can do it. I'm sure you had a history for that name. And we must do much, much more. And mobilization is at the core. At a time when the world is currently assaulted by unilateral measures that the Trump administration is doing, everybody is so obsessed with what's going on and running to the US to negotiate and being bullied. I think it is time for the civil society and social movements to actually call out on our governments not to be, subservient to the bullies. We have to stand up, we have to fight, and we have to keep doing what we do best. And that means we have to call for climate justice, for climate finance. So I am sure that, many of us will keep fighting, because nothing happens without a struggle. And all of you know that we have to keep at it, keep pushing at it. And I really hope that sanity will prevail at some point in time. But without any mobilization, particularly in the North, from our friends who will have shown so much of solidarity, we are not really going to have much change in the world. And I certainly hope that this is the time for all of us to come together and fight for justice across all the spaces, including for climate justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mina. And I'm glad that it turns out that Mina needed to join us through a pre-record. I'm really glad that she was able to do so. And apologies for my interruption. I had a technical error on my part. So apologies for that interruption during her presentation. I'm glad now that we can bring Bronwyn Tucker into the conversation. Bronwyn, you have the floor.
Thanks so much, and good afternoon or good morning or whatever time of day it is for you. I'm just really happy to be here, and also to follow Mina for setting such a good stage for what I'll talk about today. I have some brief slides. I think I'll focus today on a just energy transition, but really with a really heavy caveat there that a just transition away from fossil fuels into 100% renewable energy systems can't happen without wider system change and without debt reforms and other changes that Mina was talking about, and also knowing there's things like industrial agriculture or forestry that also will need the same changes. But I'll dive a little bit into fossil fuels and building out that renewable energy system today. And part of that is a report that we released today. And so this is my first time talking about it, and hopefully it's all clear. But basically, this is, the report's called Private Fantasies and Public Realities. And we are basically looking at, we know that there is so much harm from really relying on private finance and capitalism overall. But we wanted to look even at how much there is an energy transition happening in this approach that's so reliant on private finance being what drives the transition, and basically have found it. We really, it's not just that a just energy transition can't happen without system change, but I think really arguably that an energy transition can't happen at all without more system change. And so I'll take us through just a few key findings and hopefully not too many graphs. And I should say I co-lead the public finance team at World Change International. And so we see our role as doing some of this research, and then also really kind of trying to connect fossil fuel focused groups, particularly in the global north, to economic justice, and really showing how these fights are really interconnected. And yeah, I myself got involved in this work through student and migrant justice organizing, both in Edmonton near the tar sands and in Montreal in Canada. So yeah, this was going to this slide. This is just an excerpt from a piece in the Financial Times today where we managed to get this report in mostly unscathed. And basically, this is one of the key findings of showing that, especially in the global south, the kind of approach of really just saying, you know, governments can't do anything, communities can't do anything, we need private finance to finance things, is really not delivering. And so there's been a big surge in finance for some parts of the energy transition in the last few years, and that's really overwhelmingly gone to the global north, as well as China, which I'll talk about in a little bit, but basically where they've had a slightly different approach than what's been happening in countries like Canada. And yeah, just overall, there's not enough money flowing yet, but if I go to the next slide. So this is just showing kind of that surge I talked about, where in the last few years, and this is really largely driven by when we had COVID, governments in the global north really started to put a bunch of public money into a just recovery, and we can see probably in practice an unjust recovery, but we can see that kind of surge of public money then kind of attracting some private finance as well. So this is global finance flows for energy transition related investments, whether or not we agree with them, but you can see really that surge is almost entirely limited to the global north and China. And so I can go to the next slide. And then this is definitely an imperfect picture of what we might need in terms of money for a just energy transition. But basically what we've done is looked at the major models and tried to fix them as much as we can with existing research. There's definitely some gaps, but so kind of we've looked at the regions and seeing that, you know, under this private finance led approach, we are mostly only seeing money to the global north and China. There's certainly exceptions within that, but you saw that beautiful flat line in the last slide. This is kind of looking at the sectors or areas that we might need instead of, or that we would need money invested in, and deeply imperfect. Like I can give an example of some adjustments that we've made. The second bar here is for electric vehicles, and we've cut that in half, or almost more than half, to add the public transit and rail column, which public transit and rail was absent from almost every energy model. And so I think probably hearing about lots about transition minerals and the risks of over extraction today. I'm sure this bar and this amount of investment in electric vehicles is probably more than we might say is actually aligned with a just energy transition. But in terms of looking across numbers that we could find that had done some global modeling, this was kind of the best we could do. There was one global study on public transit, which is just incredibly depressing, and that was already 6 years old. Similarly, for fair fossil fuel phase out for workers and communities, that other striped bar, we can see there was there's no tracking available, and again, there was only one estimate available. So I think basically the core argument that we've made in this paper is I think that private finance really, I think there's just so much literature that's really important talking about the impacts of debt and inequality and human rights violations from really relying on the private sector. But what we wanted to add was just showing that it's not even delivering anything close to an energy transition, and all of these communities and all of these key sectors are really being left behind. And so, yeah, I can definitely share the link to the paper in the slides. There's a few other pieces that I'll just mention really briefly, but we looked at some of the sources that you could use of public funding instead to fund real just energy transition priorities. And there's also just some key global days of action coming up on June 27th to 29th. And so I can share a toolkit for how to get involved in those as well. But yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Bronwyn, for that incredible presentation and work. And I know for some people who might not be directly involved in climate finance, it's a lot to take in. But when I first started doing this work, oh my gosh, in 2009, I never thought I would need to learn about the economic structures and understand financing in the way that this climate justice movement has demanded from me. And I was very resistant at first, but actually it's really important for us to all have a lot of knowledge about the movement of these finances, where they're coming from, where we need to organize to improve them, and to understand the basics of how these transitions are happening or not, and how money is directly connected to who's in power, and how that is connected to our resistance and resilience for the years to come. So I really appreciate these detailed analyses, because it's really important that we make ourselves responsible, if you will, for understanding the financial aspect of this, because so much depends on it. And with that, I'd like to hand the floor to Kalia. Please join us. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Osprey, and thank you to WECAN for the invitation. It is a true honor to be part of this collective space, a space that centers women in all their diversity, not only as witnesses to climate breakdown, but also as leaders of systemic transformation. I speak to you today from Ecuador, one of the most diverse, biodiverse countries in the world, but it is also one of the most exposed to environmental, economic, and social vulnerabilities. Like many in Latin America, we face the convergence of multiple crises, ecological collapse, extractive dependency, rising debt, and inequality. These crises do not affect everyone in the same way. They are filtered through race, class, gender, territory, and mainly power. And yet, even in this harsh context, women are not only resisting, we are proposing. We are building food sovereignty in rural communities, defending forests from illegal mining, and reimagining what economic justice can look like. That's the vision we uphold at Latindad. This is the Latin American Network for Economic and Social Justice. We are a platform of civil society organizations working together to propose bold alternatives to the current financial and fiscal systems, because we believe that fiscal systems and climate finance must not perpetuate injustice, they must repair it. Unfortunately, the current model is failing. Most climate finance today, as it has been already said, flows through the wrong channels. It arrives late, comes as debt, and is often conditioned by interests that serve private investors, not communities. It privileges mitigation over adaptation and is inaccessible to the people most affected. It's also often blind to gendered realities, reinforcing power structures that have historically excluded women, Indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendant communities. That is why Latindad is working across multiple fronts to change both the narrative and the architecture behind this climate finance scene. Let me briefly share some of our current initiatives. First, fiscal justice for climate justice. It is a narrative. The alleged lack of resources for climate action is a myth. Estimates say that globally, if governments were to implement progressive wealth taxes or eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, and curb tax abuse, we could mobilize over $2 trillion US dollars annually. And this is not a technical problem, it is a political choice. So we advocate for progressive, permanent tax reforms that prioritize climate action and redistribute wealth, while ensuring as well that the Global South is not forced to finance the climate crisis through more debt.
the second point would be that debt justice is also climate justice, because Latina has been leading some voice in analyze the so-called debt for nature swaps, for instance. We recently published a critical assessment of Ecuador's marine bond in the Galapagos Island, highlighting concerns about sovereignty, participation, and transparency around this process. In the same line, we're also calling for the UN binding framework sovereign debt that puts people and ecosystems first. And we, in that line, support the cancellation of illegitimate debts, especially those incurred through fossil fuel-based extractivist development. The third point is that feminist fiscal proposals in Latin America have filters. As I said before, women in Latin America are disproportionately affected by climate change, yet we are underrepresented in public finance decision-making, and that is not fair. And that is why we are also developing intersectional equity assessments for tax policies, advocating for gender-responsive budgets and auditing regressive tax expenditures that subsidize polluters and the elites. We promote public finance that funds care systems, rural resilience, community-driven adaptation, because we know that economic justice and climate justice are deeply intertwined and deeply gendered. Fourth, we invite you to reimagine the global financial governance. Latin that is part of the global civil society campaign for a UN tax convention, for the reform of the IMF's special drawing rights, and for a climate finance architecture that is transparent, inclusive, and just. We believe that decisions about global finance must no longer be made in clubs of the powerful, but in a space where all voices count, especially those from the global south. All of this work is grounded in a shared conviction. Climate finance must stop being a tool of extraction and start being a vehicle for repair, redistribution, and regeneration. It must be shaped by those who are most affected by it, not by technocrats or investors. And it must be built on principles of intergenerational, gender, and ecological justice. As we move toward COP30 and beyond, let us remember that it is not just a climate crisis. It is a crisis of governance, of inequality, and even of imagination. And our response must be just as multidimensional. Spaces like this show us that this is possible to make. And that is the invitation that I leave you with, that a feminist, decolonial, justice-centered transition is not only necessary, but it is already underway. Let's continue to build power together to make climate finance truly serve people and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kalia, for that excellent presentation and for the hard work that you're doing. It's so important. Your organization and all the work that you're presenting to the world is so very important, and how you broke everything down. I really appreciate it, and also to help us with a systemic approach to how we're going to address climate finance. And I'd like to bring in our final speaker on this panel, Gloria Mejia. You have the floor. Thank you, Gloria.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here. Very sad to be the last speaker because it feels like my role is just to reiterate a lot of what has been said already, because I think it's been such a good and a heavy conversation. But I thought I would start maybe just sharing from a personal perspective why I think that the feminist perspective in this conversation is so important. I recall, I think a couple of years back at the New York Climate Week, one presenter, I think it was Casey, she made a presentation, and I recall after her presentation, just meeting her, and we didn't speak, we didn't say anything, we didn't have to talk about anything. We just sat there, I think, in silence for just a couple of moments, just sharing so much emotion and just the understanding of us coming from very different parts of the world, but having such similar experiences witnessing inequalities and seeing women bearing the brunt of the afflictions from climate change, from all the things that happen around us, and how we carry that burden of preserving nature. And I think that the aspect of climate finance, for me personally, was not something that I would have linked to the work that we think about around this, but it's so important because we have to have a means of achieving the change that we want to bring about. And so I'll be sharing a little bit on the work that we as Tax Justice Network are doing around climate finance and extractives and tax. So I'm not a numbers person, but I just thought I should share some really interesting numbers that have come up from some of the research that we've done. We did some research with Action Aid on what it would look like for countries to phase out fossil fuels and what the cost of implementing the different climate action plans would be on these countries. And we found that in Liberia, for example, extractives contribute about 56% of the GDP, but only 16% of that actually goes to domestic revenues. And they have a $395 million gap in climate finance. This is from their NDCs. So what they need to actually respond to climate change is so huge that there is no way they can recoup it even from domestic resources. We also found that in countries like Nigeria, for example, where they have huge losses of revenues from extractives, and this is due to transparency gaps, corruption, and other issues, but they need 29.7 billion every year to respond to climate change impacts. But so far, they've only been able to raise 2.5 billion, and this is since they launched their climate policy and their energy transition plan. And a huge part of those losses also go to subsidies, which cost around 9.3 billion. And in Zimbabwe, we found that they have a 98% funding gap just for climate response. So I feel like when you think about these numbers in the grand scheme of things, they're just so immense. I think we've been talking about 100 billion, but sometimes it feels like, oh, it's a figure. But if you look at the needs that are there and what it means for these countries, for the people that are being affected, you really start to see that in the grand scheme of things, we're not asking for a lot, but we need so much more than even what we're agreeing to. And that's why the conversation of climate finance is so important, not just in regards to mitigation, but also to adaptation. And so what is not working, the things that are really hurting us, I think, especially in the Global South, first, I think Mina talked a little bit about the debt mechanism. So these are things that have created debt cycles. So now we have countries that are increasingly in austerity and are unable to contribute to social needs or healthcare needs or education needs in their countries, let alone climate response. So already many countries are in distress because of debt, and then you bring in the need to respond to climate issues. It becomes almost like you're asking for the impossible. And yet this is something that is causing even bigger impacts because even the social services are being affected because of the floods, because of the different natural disasters that are happening. You've got a higher cost on even those social services. So now countries are continuously in distress. And then again, it's not charity. It is literally just compensation or reparations, as you would want to call it, because someone else caused a problem. And all we're saying is that there needs to be a mechanism for you to contribute to addressing this problem. So I think that this comes down to perception. The perception that we have in having this conversation about climate finance is really important. We need to move away from going in with the understanding that, oh, we want to come to an agreement. And I really appreciate, I think, a lot of the work that many CSOs and activists have done to really stand up, even at COP, to protest and to get into the spaces and say that we demand a response and to hold countries accountable that should be honoring those commitments. And that perception, I think, for me is really important because that frames how we get into that conversation. And so we need to really look at it as we want grants, we don't want loans. We want to see debt cancellation. These are things that are non-negotiables. It's no longer an issue of oh, it's part of this process. This is very clear and straightforward. It's been clearly highlighted in the UNFCCC, and that's something that we should not be negotiating anymore. And that comes from a place of perception. And then transitions. In our research, we've also found that a lot of countries are very uneasy about a transition and phasing out fossil fuels. This again ties back to the issue of debt. So a lot of countries that are involved in fossil fuel extraction attach some of these PSAs to different dates that they're able to incur because they look at projected revenues in the future. And what this means is that if we call for a phase out, it means that these countries will be further in distress. They're unable to pay their debts. So this comes back to the call for debt cancellation. If we're going to have a just transition, debt cancellation needs to be at the top of that list because that is the only way that it can be just. And that can allow countries that are dependent on fossil fuels to also have a chance at actually transitioning to renewable energy. And so I think that in general, if we look at what needs to be done right now, learning from the Mozambique debt crisis, I think we can see that a just transition really requires us to bring together countries and allow them to have that opportunity to transition fairly. There's a lot of tools right now, a lot of processes that are there. And one thing that I think we can live with from this meeting is the idea of entering spaces that are uncharted to us. We need to get into conversations that are not just central to climate, but also are related to other issues. For example, we now have the UN Tax Convention. These may not be spaces that conventionally what we would consider climate conversations, but they're important because when we get to COP, it's like some decisions have already been made, some processes have already overtaken whatever would be said at COP. So it's important for us to be able to be part of those processes. And by the time we get to COP, we're also aware that these things are interlinked and that we've been able to influence certain decisions to mobilize the resources that we need. The just part is really, really important. The how is important. So in discussing transitions, we really need to have a clear conversation on the how it's going to be done so that we do not further inequalities. My time is up, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gloria, for that really powerful presentation and clearly spelling out what it means to have economic justice and how we need to move away from this understanding that somehow these funds that are being transferred are to be done in the form of loans instead of direct grants, as you said. And it is a form of reparations and responsibility for the wealthy countries that have caused the most pollution and harm. So I just wanted to highlight that this is also very essential that we have an understanding of the fairness of this equity, that it's not a false demand, that it's a real demand, and it's been going on for many, many, many years. So thank you for pointing that out to us. And one of the things that I'll just say in closing for this panel, and I really want to thank all the presenters for your incredible details and a way to be able to articulate these complex topics is really important. And we have put all your information in the chat for people to learn more. But certainly when we were at COP29 in Azerbaijan, it was such a difficult COP, probably one of the most difficult and challenging negotiations I've ever been to, because it was about climate finance and this huge struggle for the global south to really make clear that countries in the global north, the wealthy countries, to put it more simply, have got to pay their fair share. And it's just a huge challenge to get that narrative clear, to get those negotiations clear, and to make those demands over and over again. And in fact, even now with the climate talks happening in Bonn, the intercessional, there's been a lot of stalling because people still have not resolved what happened in Azerbaijan. So it's hard to go forward until we really resolve this issue around climate finance. And it's going to go on, and it will be something that will continue on into Brazil. So thank you so much for the incredible work that you're all doing and how vital it is. And to pull it also away from we need to speak in numbers because it keeps us all very real about what we're talking about, but to always remember, as many of the speakers did, like we're talking about human life and what these funds mean to people living, what it means to being able to adapt to the climate crises that are already happening and those to come. It's life that we're talking about, energy, resources equaling who gets to live. So it's a very critical conversation. Thank you all so much for being with us and for your powerful work. We really appreciate it, and we hope people will follow up with you. Thank you. And with that, I want to close our day and thank everyone for joining us today. This is the first of 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and beyond. And it's been just a very, very rich day with so much information. These sessions will be up on YouTube because I know I want to watch them again and learn more. So please know that these sessions will be available. And we hope that you will participate with us over the next 5 days. I also want to say that WECAN is soft launching a WhatsApp network platform. I mentioned it a little bit earlier today, so that conversations generated at this assembly can carry on into action going forward. We really want to create a lot of connectivity with everyone who's participating. And this WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other and share your climate justice related work, research, projects, campaigns, and find collaboration partners. And that link to join the group is in the chat. Also, I wanted to reiterate that organizations can sign the Assembly's call to action that we're delivering to government and financial institutions in September, and we also will be delivering at COP30, and that link is also in the chat. And that's it. Thank you for joining us today. Please be welcome to stay with us even as we close down and have our wind down for some closing music as we finish out conversations in the chat. And we thought it would be really something special for this winding down time to invite everyone who would like to share in the chat something from the sessions today that was important to you, something you want to take away from the panels today. We'd love to hear from you in the chat as we wind down. We're going to go ahead and stop the recording, so we'd like to close down all the live streams at this point and continue on a little bit in the chat as we wind down. Thank you, everybody, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.